Hey, what's going on, James? Sorry about that, but I wasn't looking at chat. I was trying to get everything set up. I intentionally slept in today. I stayed up pretty late last night, but I know the storms are probably going to be rolling in um, late in the morning, so I wanted to make sure that I got plenty of sleep today, so I would be able to get on through tonight and into the morning. So I'm still kind of half asleep right now, even though that it's almost 5 o'clock. But I'm just getting the stream all together. But let me to your question, I'm gonna go back over and look at the model really quick again, compared to what it was when I went to bed around 4 in the morning. Let's get over here and look at the I'm gonna pull up the NAM first. And I think yesterday when I checked it before I went to sleep, or this morning before I went to sleep, it was around 6 a.m. tomorrow, 6 a.m. on Wednesday, when the storms were supposed to start coming into our area. But let me pull it up here. So here's 10 p.m. tonight. Here, let me zoom in a little bit. That's not very good. So here's 10 p.m. tonight. Um, Here's 10 p.m. tonight. So you can see that. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Here's Kansas, and you can see your area over there. Um, Let me jump forward an hour. So it's going to have this line. I don't know if it'll let me bring up the drawing tool in the NAM or not, but yeah, there we go. So this is what I was looking at last night. Is this right here? This is the storm that I was or we're probably going to be tracking, and I believe it's going to be moving in this direction. I'll double check it and see if that's changed. And right through here. So it's probably going to be coming right through Springfield, Missouri, Joplin. Of course, it's going to hit Pittsburgh, Kansas first, Joplin, then Springfield, more than likely. Let me get that off the screen, and then let's run it through a few more hours just to see how it's changed since we ran the model yesterday. This is 11 o'clock right there, and it looks like it's making a little bit of a turn to the northeast, a little bit more than it did on yesterday's model. And yeah, there it goes. But look over there at Great Bend, right in the center of Kansas. Hey, what's up, Braven? How you doing today? Long time no see. And then when we jump to 1 a.m., the storm that was over near Bend has kind of caught up with the storm that was over at Salina. Excuse me. And the one that was over at near Salina has kind of split off from the one that's over near Manhattan, going to the northeast up into southeast Nebraska. And then when we jump to 2 a.m., they're kind of coming together. It did leave behind, or another one popped up just to the southwest of Great Bend. But if you notice, if you saw the one last night that we ran, the storm was going in more of a directly eastern direction. So now it's moving more up towards Kansas City. That's what the model is predicting. So here is 3 a.m. right there. But if you notice, down in the area of central Oklahoma, it's not really come together that much there. At 3 a.m. on yesterday's model, it was a little bit more developed. It started over in the Panhandle area and then started dipping down to Oklahoma City, Norman, and then started making its turn to the northeast, coming through Tulsa, Bartlesville, Joplin, eventually Springfield, and then Jefferson City. So it's changed a little bit there. Oklahoma City's still going to get their rain, I think, but I think it's going to be a little bit farther north on Interstate 35 than what they were saying yesterday. I'm waiting for 5 a.m. to load up. Okay, there's our 5 a.m. So let me get the drawing tool out again really quick. So for us folks here in the central part of the country, Again, I think this was 5 a.m. Um, this is a potential nastiness right here. Again, this is moving now on this model is going to be moving pretty much north northeast, sort of like that. Here, let me get this. Sort of like that. So if anybody wants to take a screenshot of that, that's what I think is going to be happening there. Um, Now, for us folks down here in southeast Kansas, um, the one that we're going to be keeping our eye on is two different ones. The one that's down in stretching from Oklahoma City up to Bartersville and crossing over, probably it looks like just to the west of Independence. And then I'm not sure what's going to happen at 6 a.m. with over here, what's going on in Garden City. But as we progress the model here a few more hours, we will know. So let's go ahead and do that. This is 5 a.m. by the way. The picture that you're looking on your screen right now, that's 5 a.m. Wednesday morning. Okay. So approximately 12 hours from right now. Almost exactly to the minute. This is what's going to be happening in 12 hours. Um, Let me progress it one more hour. So here comes 6 a.m. There we go. Now look how aggressive it's becoming down here in the south. I think this storm at this point is going to become very aggressive right here. And what I mean by that is that the winds are going to be really strong. The rain north of Interstate 75 is probably going to be really strong and on the Kansas side of the border. And then down in just to the west, basically stretching from exactly the Oklahoma Kansas line north of Bartlesville, the rain is going to be pretty intense, stretching all the way down to the west of Tulsa, right here, sort of like in that little box right there. I think that's going to be our strongest. And then, of course, up north here. I think that's going to be the strongest, most intense part of the storm at that point. And again, that's at 6 a.m. So for so for you, James, you can sleep in the morning. You can get a good night's rest tonight, and just set your clock for like maybe 8 o'clock. Be up by 8 o'clock in the morning, and you'll be able to be watching it. But so let me go ahead and forward this another hour. Let's go to 7 a.m. And by 7 a.m., that's when it's going to be directly over my town. Some of the stronger rain, right between 6:30 and 7 a.m. Actually, probably a little bit closer to 6:15, I think. Again, this is a model, so you know, take it for what it is. But then we're going to move a little bit farther to 8 a.m. And by that point, it's going to be crossing through Pittsburgh, Kansas, and on into Joplin. And there's 9 a.m. And Springfield has already gotten some light rain. You mainly have cloud cover at 9 a.m. with some scattered showers around you to the southeast. And at 10, then you guys start getting those scattered thunderstorms that, it's going to be, thunder and lightning for maybe 10 minutes, a little bit of hard rain, stop for 10 minutes, start back up for 10 minutes, and do its thing there probably for about an hour or two. So that's our game plan for the morning. What's going to be happening. As far as other parts of the country, up to the north, up in Michigan, all that junk that was down here by 1 in the afternoon is going to be coming through Michigan. It's already gone through Indiana. It's already gone through Illinois. Um, but what I'm going to do is just run a loop really quick just so we can all see zoomed out here. Let's go back to 2 o'clock this afternoon and just run it forward, and everybody can get a really good idea. So that was 2, 3, 4. Oh, let me see if I can slow this down. This is going way too fast. Bear with me. Let me see if I can slow it down about half that speed. Actually, it's going almost as slow as it can. Let's do that. Let's start it back at 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. this afternoon. Okay, there we go. And pause. There's 3 a.m. You can see where it's gone through at 3 a.m. And it's going to move through Illinois. It really gets up there into Minneapolis also. So, but don't count out. Um, wow, there's a third. It's really the next 48 hours. Little Rock, I think, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, northern Indiana, Michigan really has the potential for some severe weather here. So make sure you got your emergency radios turned on. So if you're sleeping really heavy, if you're a heavy sleeper, you can get awoken by that. Look at all that low pressure too. It's pretty much stretching all the way from the West Coast, um, golly, all the way across the country until you get to the Carolinas. Let me get back out of here really quick. I want to go over there and check out California. I've been popping back and forth between California and this because I want to see that tornado warning over there. And just for a point of reference, this is like just to the northeast of Sacramento, right here. And it's already up in the mountains, but there's definitely rotation there. As far as the coefficient, I don't really see anything there right now. Nothing's really dropped. Unless it happened before while I was talking during going over the model. There's one little area here that's a little suspicious right there. Just to the south of Oregon House and northwest of Bridgeport. Again, this is getting up into the mountains up there in upper elevation as it starts moving more towards the I'm not sure what that mountain range is called right there, but it's the more that it starts getting towards the mountains, it's just going to start breaking up. But there's definitely defined rotation there. So anybody out there, obviously this is a tornado warning, so you need to be taking your normal tornado warning precautions. Make sure that you're in a sturdy structure, staying on your lowest floor into your room, and definitely staying away from windows for sure. But unfortunately, I think this is the exact thing that we're going to be seeing from probably 8 a.m. Actually, correction, probably 5 a.m. in the morning tomorrow for the next 24 straight hours. So, as they say, hold on to your seats because it can get pretty wild here over the next 24 hours. I didn't get a chance to run to the store today, so I'm going to do a quick, what's that thing called? And they bring it to your house. DoorDash. DoorDash. James, I didn't tell you that since the last time that we spoke. We actually have DoorDash in our little town here. We didn't used to have that. We had our fingers crossed for like the last 5 years that we would get it at some point, and we finally have it. So we're very spoiled here now. At least I feel spoiled. When the rest of the country has had something for the last 5 or 6 years, and then it finally comes to our little town, it's pretty exciting. We're very proud of that fact here. That we now have DoorDash. It's pretty awesome. I don't know how reliable it is. I've used it 2 or 3 times and it's been pretty reliable. It's been pretty good. Hats off to our DoorDash drivers. They are awesome. And hats off to our Spark drivers working over there at Walmart. You guys rock. They get our groceries here so fast. You place an order and you put in the express order, and next thing you know, as soon as you place your order, you're getting a text saying that your groceries are being shopped. They don't mess around, man. They are fast. All right, so as that rotation um, blows up into the mountains there near north of Nevada City, I'm gonna check what else is going on here real quick. We don't have any. That must be in Canada. Hold on one second. So they've already issued the tornado watches for Kansas. Let me go over there real quick. For South Nebraska, northern Kansas, central Kansas. I'm sorry. Wow, my brain is not working. Southern Kansas, I apologize. Southern Kansas, all the way down straight through Oklahoma into North Texas. That whole area is under a tornado watch. And I'll draw that really quick. This whole area right here, stretching down just short of Dallas, is under a tornado watch right now. So, and that's for the next 7 hours. So that lines up exactly with what we were looking at on the NAM a moment ago, which would put us at what? 12 hours from now is 6 in the morning. I'm sorry, 5 in the morning. This is going to get extended, obviously. It's at 7 hours. So that would only put us at 1 a.m. So that's obviously going to have to get extended. It's going to move. I don't think it's going to get extended in this area, but the tornado watch areas are going to eventually start moving east and north as these start to expire. But don't be surprised in the next, 5 to 6 hours, this whole area of Arkansas, especially Missouri, Illinois, all those areas just start to turn yellow for tornado watches. They'll probably issue that here in the next few hours. And when I mean few hours, I'm talking like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, somewhere around there. Gotta be kidding me. Come on, buddy. Work with me here. So what's been new with you, James? What's been going on, man? I don't think we haven't really talked any sports since prior to the Super Bowl. Speaking of the Super Bowl, what in the world happened to your referee Chiefs? I mean, Kansas City Chiefs. What happened, man? Did the refs not get their paychecks from Patty Mahomes? What's up, man? I'm just playing with you, man. You guys had an awesome year. That was definitely painful to watch, bro. You're not going to believe me either. But I was actually I was actually pulling for the Chiefs at first. I really didn't want to see Philly win, but so maybe next year when they get to the Super Bowl, I'll root against them and then they'll actually win. So maybe that's the key. That's what we need to do. We're going to use a reverse psychology this year. When I root against them, they win. When I root for them, they lose. Damn. All right. Well, now that we're caught up on that, I'm going to take this opportunity to go grab some snacks here. What video games have you been playing, James? You're Arabic? That's great, man. Um, Serious G, what's up? Hey, brother, I gotta go run up to the store here really quick because I'm gonna need some caffeine because what is it, 5 p.m. now? I'm looking at 12, 13, 14, 15, 15 to 16 straight hours of streaming this storm. So I'm gonna need some caffeine for sure. I've been trying to watch my sugar and my soda intake, but I'm gonna splurge a little bit today. I'm gonna run up to the store really quick. I've already put in a DoorDash order for some food here, but they won't deliver the drink that I want, and I'm gonna need something a little bit more powerful than the average Pepsi or Coke. So I think it's gonna be Red Bull or Rockstar. I'm not sure which. Whatever they have at the store, I'm gonna grab. So let me throw the radar on the great state of Kansas here really quick. Actually, let's check out this radar really quick. Let me see. I think we need to go out west. Western Kansas. There we go. You are just inside the hatch zone. Oh, the move is great. Well, no, the move wasn't great. The move is great now that it's over, but the move itself was a bad word. When you're getting my age and you have to move all those heavy stuffs up and down stairs and around corners and into trucks and out of trucks and upstairs and through rooms and unpacking, your body is not loving you. Your body is not giving you any love, brother. It's a lot of ibuprofen, trying to get some good rest. It's about all you can do, man. But the good thing is it's all done. Everything's moved. We're in the new house. Just still unpacking, man. A lot of boxes still out in the garage that needs to go through. I got the basics out, but still doesn't feel like home yet. I mean, it feels like home, but until you get everything unpacked, you know. So anyhow, guys, give me about 15 minutes. I'm gonna go run up to the store really quick. Um and grab my energy drinks, maybe a couple bags of chips, something like that, slice of pizza, and I'll be right back. BRB. All right, all right, all right. Hey, just a reminder, if you're not on X, you need to get on X. Because I'm posting a lot of stuff, like a lot of information on there, um, even throughout the night because it's really easy. Even if I'm like getting ready for bed or something like that, and I get a notification on my phone or I see something on the radar on my phone, what I'm doing is taking like 15-second or 20-second screenshots of it and uploading it to X. And I'm also putting it on YouTube too as shorts. So sometimes YouTube though isn't that great about sending out notifications, letting people know that something's been posted. But X has been a lot more reliable, I think, as far as getting notifications. At least on my end, like for the stuff that I subscribe to, I get like immediate notifications. So if you're not on X, get it. And obviously follow, WeatherZone411 because at least you'll get notifications of something like, say, for example, like you live in California, like just now, and they had that little weird tornado thing pop up. I'll take a screenshot of it or a little 15-second video and upload it to X, and you can watch it on there. So it's a really good tool, that's for sure. Oh no, you had your X account hacked? I don't hear too much about that. Too many X accounts, especially now that Elon has it. They've got their security pretty locked down. It's like one of the more secure social media sites or platforms, I guess you call it. But I guess anything can be hacked, right? Nothing's unhackable. Yeah, I wish YouTube would use the same, system or whatever that X does as far as sending out notifications. Because like sometimes I'll post a video or a short or something like that, and somebody will text me and say, "Hey, dude, when are you going to report on this, or can you send me that?" And I'm like, "Dude, I posted that like an hour ago." And then they go back through the videos and they're like, "Oh yeah, you did. I didn't get a notification." So hopefully Facebook gets better at that. They've never really, that's kind of always been one of their weak things, notifications. But I think a lot of that was politically motivated, depending, especially when it came to like politics stuff. They would have blocked certain things and not block other things. But I'm not a conspiracy theorist or anything like that. But uh, I think anything can be hacked, though. I mean, even back in the day, I don't know how old you guys are, but when I got into like programming and stuff like that back in like the 90s and early 2000s, Microsoft was considered like the most secure in Linux. We use a lot of Linux for like servers and stuff like that, or Unix or whatever. And that was considered like the most secure, of anything. And I was working on some government contracts for the Navy at the time. and their stuff was always getting hacked, always. It was like a constant battle, nonstop. Like a hacking war between companies, agencies against these hackers and stuff. So I don't think anything is 100% secure unless you're like in a you're not online, you're on a local network. That's about really the only way that you're safe. I really don't like Facebook. I use it as a necessity because a lot of my family members are on there and friends, around the country, and that's the only way that we have really to communicate. Like in a group setting, I could always like text somebody individually, but like for a group, if I want to send out a group message to everybody and like post pictures, Facebook is kind of like the easiest one to use, especially like the Facebook Messenger app. That works pretty good for like a group of people. And we have a Weather Zone 411 Facebook page, but I haven't really utilized it that much. The only thing I'm really using it for is to link up with community pages. Like, for example, my little community that I live in has a Facebook page. So that way, if something's happening in the weather, or like, for example, last night I posted a few things on there saying, hey, heads up, potentially between, 5 a.m. Wednesday morning and 8, we could potentially have some dangerous weather and whatnot. So it kind of gets the message out there to the whole community. So that does come in handy, and there's really no other platforms that can really do that because they don't really, as far as I know, X doesn't have like communities like that. They may, I'm just not aware of it. If there is, that would be cool. But I think so many people are just so used to Facebook, everybody has it on their phones. But I'm not the biggest. It's not my favorite for sure. I guess Windows has gotten better though, like you're saying, but back in the day they were kind of laughable. They were getting, well, everybody back in the day was kind of laughable because like people would put out those viruses. You don't hear too many things about virus attacks anymore. I guess they still happen, but back in the day, I mean, it was like, I mean, just go on Wikipedia and type in like the history of viruses, and it would literally shut down everybody's computer. It was crazy. And then you'd have to wait for a patch, and then you'd have to go back. And if you didn't back up your computer, you were kind of screwed. Everybody, had to kind of like back up their computer. And a lot of people didn't know that. And you would lose everything and have to start over, reinstall your operating system. And even then, sometimes that didn't fix it. You would literally have to get a new hard drive. I had it hit me one time. This is back when, we were using dial up, and I somehow got a virus. It wasn't like you didn't even have to go to a web page or anything like that. It was just a virus on the internet. And as soon as you connected to your local internet provider, bam, you would get it. And I thought it was over. I thought it was safe. And I literally had to go out and buy a new hard drive, reinstall Windows. I lost all my data. Anything that wasn't saved to like a thumb drive or something like that, I lost it. It was gone. It was all corrupted. That was a big one because I was in college at the time and I lost everything. And luckily, the schools were understanding because they were having the same issue. It really sucks. But back then, like I don't know what Linux is like now. I don't use Linux, but back in the day, Linux at the time was probably the most secure, but it just wasn't popular. Not enough people used it. I think that's why Apple eventually went to using the Unix. I mean, that's what OS X is. Basically, it's built off Unix. That's why it's so secure. That's why I use it. I use mainly the Mac OS operating system, and you just don't have to worry about the viruses. I'm sure there's something out there, and you can find a couple cases of this or that or something like that, but they don't get the the massive attacks or infiltration that's like Windows or something like that does. At least that, and I might be out of date. That was a while ago, so I'm not kind of up on that kind of stuff anymore. I just kind of just buy a computer from the store and just use it. I don't build them or anything like that like I used to. That one that they issued just a few minutes ago covers Garfield, Grant, Noble, and K counties in Oklahoma. That's the one that's moving northeast just to the south of Wichita. That's a nasty little sucker right there. It's small, but it's powerful. There might actually be some hail just to the north or to the southwest of Enid. I think that's how it's pronounced. The city is Enid. It's blowing into town right now. So if you're in Enid, that's some pretty strong precipitation right there. It's coming down hard. It's moving fast though. So when it comes through town, it's moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Those are the scariest ones. Those little ones that come through like that are really powerful. Those are the ones that really stick out to me, like that one last night that eventually broke in half and lost all of its power. But before it broke in half, it was just a little isolated storm down in Texas, and man, that thing was powerful. It's just some people just like don't even see it on their radar. It's so small, but then once you zoom into it, you're like, holy cow! There's a lot of power in that little storm. Yeah, you're just over near isn't that just to the west or southwest the Oklahoma City in Lawton? Yeah, there you go. You're down there to the southwest. I remember the first three times you were on, I could not remember where Lawton was, but now it's kind of like burned into my brain. Because of you, I'll never forget where Lawton is again, Lawton, Oklahoma. But see what I mean with that little storm that's over near Enid? See what happened with it right there? It literally just it starts down south of Canton, north of Weatherford, and it just starts out like a normal, it looks green on your radar. It doesn't look very, scary or anything like that. And it just starts rolling and it just picks up power and picks up power. And then eventually the next thing you know, it's dropping a tornado. Or at the minimum, extreme rain and hail, you know. It's just crazy how that happens. The little storm that can. You're right, man. That's exactly what it is. Fort Sill. Is that in I can't zoom in far enough. Let me see. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I think this one's moving at 40 something, isn't it? Almost 40. This just the storm itself is moving at 38. But if we pause it and go to the velocities and put the tool over it, I'm getting wind gusts of over 50. There's a couple 70s in there near North Enid, between Enid and Garber, or yeah, Garber, I guess. It's a strong little guy, man. I'm telling you. If you got stuff in your, yeah, that's a good idea too. Anybody in like Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois, if you've got loose stuff in your yard tonight, like lawn furniture or something like that, you don't want to lose or possibly come through your window, bring it inside, because we might be getting some really strong winds with this storm. Oh, the artillery base outside Lawton. I didn't know you guys had one down there. We have one here near our town too. Every once in a while, you hear a big boom. But I don't think they're producing anything out there. I think it's just a storage facility now. I don't think they actually make bombs. But there we go. If I use the more radar, I can pick up the Lawton area all the way up to um a little bit into Kansas. I'm gonna jump over here real quick to the Broken Arrow, Tulsa one. Nothing over there yet. You're using the Norman radar. I think that's what I'm on right now. Yeah, Norman. I like that one personally for myself because it stretches into the areas where a lot of our channel members are at, down in Oklahoma, but it almost reaches up into the Kansas side. Wow, look up there near Enid right now, how many lightning strikes they're getting. So sometimes what I'll do for my area, I'll switch from the Norman radar to the one that's up there near Tulsa, and Tulsa will cover, southwest Missouri, southeast Kansas, most of the populated areas in um, Oklahoma. It doesn't reach all the way down to Lawton, but I can just switch between the two, and those are pretty handy for me. And occasionally I'll switch up here to the Wichita radar just to see what's coming in from the west. Typically, that's where the storms are coming from, either from Colorado or they're dipping down into Texas, the Texas Panhandle, and jumping across Oklahoma, then shooting up to the northeast through Kansas and Missouri. But wow, look how many lightning strikes are there right now near North Enid. That's a really strong little storm. That's a nasty one coming. It's right on top of the town right now too. It looks like it's moving northeast at about almost 40, I think it is, mid 40s. And that's awesome. The more people that we have with eyeballs on radars, the better. Because I can't see everything. I mean, it's impossible. Whenever some, it really helps too when people shout things out in chat like, hey man, go down to, Sherman, Texas, look down there really quick, or go to Lubbock. You know, it helps me out a lot because I'm typically looking at a single site radar. And if I'm not getting a warning or a notification or something like that, I'll totally miss it. So the more people in chat, with radars up, it just benefits the whole group of folks here. It's a community effort, brother. It takes what is what do they say? It takes a village. We are the village, and we're supporting each other. I'm just the one doing the stream. Everybody else is pitching in and doing the work. That's right, man. Remember last year? Like 99% of the storms that we got last year that came roll through Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, all of them formed the same way. It was like the same way every single time. It was like if we saw something over on like, oh, remember last year all those storms were coming from they would always form down there near Clovis, right over here between Alamogordo and Clovis, New Mexico. They would start there, and then they would either go northeast up into Amarillo, or they would go through Lubbock, and then the other route that it would take sometimes it would dip down to San Angelo, south of Lubbock. It would first go through Odessa, Midland, San Angelo, and then it would hit that northeastern route. Either move to the west of Dallas Fort Worth or go right through Dallas Fort Worth and right up into Oklahoma. That was like that was like the track last year for us anyway. Here in the middle part of the country, it was like every single time if you saw something forming near Clovis, guaranteed 2.5, 3 or 4 hours, you were going to get nailed in Oklahoma. Well, dude, you've got to keep an eye on the weather. I mean, your location where you live, it's a necessity. You have to know what's going on. Like I didn't really start getting like before I would like watch it, on my phone and everything like that, and on my computer. But until I moved to where I am now in Kansas, that's when I really started getting a lot more serious about it because it really is life or death. You need to know what's going on. You know, at least to save your property. Sometimes you'll get a storm coming through and you got stuff in your yard that you don't want to lose. And it can also dictate what you're doing as far as your travel plans. Because I like going down to Oklahoma. There's a couple places that I like to go down there and see, and you have to know what's going on with the weather, man. You have to. Growing up in places like the East Coast where I grew up, we didn't have to worry about that kind of stuff. We could care less. We would watch the weather like once a month, or we would just look to see what the high temperature was that day. We didn't care about this kind of stuff. But when you live here or grow up here, you really need to know. You have to be on top of it. Speaking of volcanoes, where was that volcano the other day? It was on some tourist spot. I had that site open, that volcano site that I use. Let me see what it's called. Um, it's like a volcano tracking website that measures like all like earth. It measures or tracks earthquakes. It tracks volcano activity. I thought it saved my. I'll link it in chat if I find it. I just got to go through my favorites and find that website. It's really good though. It's really really good. Like how they map it out and put the exact locations. You can click on it or hover your mouse and it'll tell you exactly. I mean, it breaks it down really really good. USGS is really good too. Yep. But this other one, there's two of them actually that I use. Let's see whether there was one that was based out of Japan, which isn't shocking because of all the earthquakes they get over there, and they have to be on top of the. There it is. Hold on, I found another one. The national. Shoot, I slurred it. Here you go. I'll link this one in chat. This is a government website. Copy, paste. That's a good one. That's the Oh, you already said it. USGS. Duh. Yeah, that's the one that I use. The USGS website. That one's really good. And it gives you like when you look at the site, it has that list on the left hand side. Like just now, there was a 5.7 in whatever country that is. And then if you click on it, like this one was like out in the ocean near some islands, just to the north of Australia, and there's islands to the north of it. It's really cool, man. There was a lady up in Canada, believe it or not, that used to come to the stream all the time, and she was really on top of the earthquakes, man. She knew it. Like if you asked her about an earthquake from like 10 years ago, she would know. She would like rattle off all these stats about it. She like memorized every single one. It was crazy. I don't know how she did it. She was like a human computer. You know what, to be honest, I think I'm the exact opposite. I fear the storms more than I do. Well, I'm sorry. I fear the earthquakes and the volcanoes more than I fear the storms. Because at least with the storms, we can do what we're doing right now. Like, say, for example, this storm down in Enid was headed directly for my town. I have a couple hours of warning. I know when it's coming and what it's bringing with it. With the even tornadoes, people are like, well, tornadoes are so unpredictable. But at least you know what storms are capable of producing tornadoes typically, and you know where they're coming and generally where they're going to go. Granted, they can move, a couple miles to the north or a couple miles to the east, but with earthquakes and volcanoes, even with volcanoes, I think they can predict those a little bit better. They have like some technology where they can do what they do. But with earthquakes, like when I lived in Alaska, it was totally unpredictable. You just didn't know. Like I would wake up so many times with like a little rumble, and then we had three big ones when I was up there, and I was just like, man, I got to get out of Alaska. I can't stand this because there was like no warning system. There's nothing. It just happens. Well, that's one thing we were talking about here in our town, like with the sirens and stuff. The sirens are only really there for people who are outside. They're not meant to like wake people up. It's just to let people know who are outside to get inside. You know what I mean? To head to a sturdy structure. That's why it's really important to keep one of those little cheap radios that you can get at Walmart that you just plug in and it runs on battery backup. And that sucker will wake me up, man. I keep it in the hallway so everybody in the house can hear it. And I also have one out in the garage that I keep out there because if I'm out there working with power tools or something like that, I won't be able to hear the one inside the house. So I keep that one out there. And hopefully my phone goes off too. But those little ones that you get at Walmart that are made by Midland, I think it's like Midland. I bought two of those and they're like 20 bucks. They're like really cheap and they last forever. You only have to buy it once, and that sucker will last forever. I've had mine for the one that I bought in Alaska. That one's like over 20 years old, and then the one that I bought, yeah, I guess I bought it when I moved to Kansas about 6.5 years ago. Both of those suckers are still running strong. You know, I just plug them into the wall, and I think it runs on like three AAA batteries as a backup in case your power goes out. And they will. I'm a heavy sleeper, and those suckers will wake me up, man. They're loud. That's good, man. That's what you need. You're on top of it. You are on top of it. I think you're right, Stealth Man. This thing is really unpredictable. It started out as nothing, and then, well, the winds have kind of calmed down a little bit. We're getting like I think the highest gust that got recorded in the last couple minutes is 29, right around 29 ish. There's no rotation, but look at that right there. The coefficient, it dips down like they're that's almost like a tornado signature right there. But then when you go over here to your velocities, there's no rotation currently. But look at our coefficient right there. We got some spooky spots like right here. If there was rotation, that would definitely be an indication of a tornado right there. But there's no. I'm gonna try. Wow, look at the hail. Okay, we just got hail there now too. Why is it doing that? Hold on one second. Let me go up here. Okay, it's just Oklahoma. Yeah, we definitely got hail right in the center of that little storm. Who wants to put money on this little storm, man? Who wants to bet a Twinkie that this thing is going to go tornadic? This little storm just north of Enid, going up towards I guess it's going to cross the border right around Arkansas City. Probably head north to Independence. I'll put a Twinkie on it. West of Hunter. Here, I'm going to start a poll really quick. I don't even know if I. All right, we got the poll up. This is in reference to this little storm right here, just to the northeast of Enid. I can't vote for some reason. It won't let me vote because I created the poll. Where's my mouse at? Right now we're at 60, 40, 50, 50. 60, 40, no. I don't think it will, but it wouldn't shock me, put it that way. It wouldn't shock me if it did. I don't like it though. I don't like this little storm. These are the ones that get you, man. The one sometimes you don't pay attention to it and they sneak up on you. My guess is no. My gut feeling is no, but if it did, it would not surprise me at all. If I was in Vegas, I would say no. And as soon as I say that, watch, we'll get some rotation. I mean, it's doing enough to throw some stuff around. Let me check another radar. Let me see if another radar can grab it. There we go. That's the Norman radar right there. We're getting wind gusts. It looks like they just recorded a 60-mile-an-hour gust, 62-mile-an-hour gust. Like I said a minute ago, man, if we had rotation, I'd be like, hey, there's a tornado, but we just don't have it yet. It looks like at the tail end of the storm, if it can swing up around the bottom of it. Oh, tell me about it. If I was in Vegas, I never win. I never win those bets. If I was in Vegas, I would last 10 minutes and I'd be done. Oh, I love blackjack, man. I'm not saying I would win at it, but I love playing blackjack. That's one of my favorite games. Ooh, there's a little bit more hail right there just to the south of Hunter. Oh, we have rotation. Oh, you guys might be right. The ones that pick yes. We just got rotation just to the south of Pond Creek, getting ready to cross over Highway 15 and 74. Oh, man. You guys might be right. We have rotation. We have CC drop right there. We may have a little twister on the ground, guys. This is literally like 2 minutes after we posted that poll. Everybody vote yes on that poll if you want to be a wiener. I think we got it right here, guys. I think we have it. I think we have a twister on the ground right here. Right here near Hunter, Oklahoma. This is just to the west of Highway 15 and 74 and south of Highway 60. And to the east of Kremlin, Oklahoma, heading towards Billings and Tonaka. I think we got one right here, guys. I think we got it right here. It's small, but it's there. Winds aren't crazy, but it could be like an EF0 or Dust Devil or something really small. But there's something being lifted up right there, just to the west of Highway 74. Well, the people who voted no, like me, jinxed it for sure. This is a pretty unpopulated area from what I can see right now. It looks like this is all farmland. Probably cattle farms, regular farms. Well, you can clearly see our rotation right here, right near Hunter. Hunter does have a little town, by the way. It's a little town, but it's a town. And if you're in Hunter, you obviously need to be taking cover. Too bad there's no tornado warning. These people probably aren't being notified by any source. So, keeping our fingers crossed for the folks in Hunter that they don't get hit by any flying debris. I don't think it's a very strong tornado if it is. Um, but it could definitely be picking up some debris and throwing it around. But hopefully they get indoors and stay away from windows. We just got a particularly dangerous storm issued for the counties of Kay, Noble, Osage, Grant, and Garfield, Oklahoma. Tornadoes are possible. 2 3/4 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Damage threat is destructive. This is a nasty one, guys. This is nasty. This is our little storm. This is the one that we've been tracking for the last, what have we been tracking this for, guys? 30, 40 minutes at least. So this is a particularly dangerous storm right now. We've got rotation all over the place. I told you, man. Those little storms are the ones that sneak up on you. We've been watching this for like last 45 minutes. Right here, right near Hunter. See, if everybody had been watching us instead of watching the Fox Weather or the Weather Channel, they would have known this. It's all scattered everywhere too. I can't believe they haven't issued a tornado warning though, or at least it's in a watch zone, but it's not a warning. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to find the highest recorded wind right now. There's a ton of rotation though, everywhere. Then over here, where's our radar site at, by the way? We're using the as a matter of fact, let me switch to the Norman radar really quick. There we go. That one's a little bit easier to read. This is the Norman radar KTLX. It looks like the highest recorded on the last radar sweep was 60 miles per hour. The inbound wind was about 33. Outbound was right around 60 to 62 miles per hour. Rotation, CC drop right there. It dropped down to about 0.67, 0.43, 0.45, 0.46. And then over here on the tail end, 0.45, 0.48, 0.46, 0.48, 46, 47. Let me jump over to the differential real quick and see what we have. Yeah, there's a negative 6.3 right up against a 0.34, negative 4.19. It just moved. Um, right there, right where we were saying before, just to the west of Highway 74. That's where our rotation is still at, and that's where we have the potential debris in the air right now. Something's being lifted, either dirt, maybe some tiles or something like that. I'm not sure if there's any farm or like barns out here or anything like that. We just had a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Cotton County, Wichita, Texas, Clay, Texas, Comanche, Oklahoma, Stevens, Oklahoma, Tillman, Oklahoma, Jefferson, Oklahoma. And we still have the destructive storm in Kate, Oklahoma, Noble, Oklahoma, Osage, Grant, and Garfield County, Oklahoma. 60-mile-an-hour winds, hail, possible two. Is that a softball size? 2 3/4 inch hail. Damage threat destructive, not considerable, but destructive. And there's our hail right there, just crossing over 74, just to the east of Hunter. It just went through Hunter. KFDR for Lawton. Let me jump down there real quick. Which one are you using? KFDR. Okay, I'm on KFDR right now. There you go. Where's Lawton? I just lost you. There we go. You're just north of Wichita Falls. You guys don't have any rotation right now. You're good there. You have potential for a little bit of hail right where that lightning strike was, just to the west of Burnett, Highway 240. Moving northeast towards Duval and Randlet. It looks like it's going parallel with Interstate 44 there, just to your north, I believe. I'm sorry, just to your south. It's just to your south right now, moving northeast across Interstate 44. We're still watching this bad boy up here. Oh, wow. Hold on. I need to switch radars really quick. It looks like the majority of the rotation has ceased up here. To the north, we still have really heavy rain and potential for a couple hail spots right there. There's a hail spot right there. It's just to the west of Interstate 35. Jumping back down to where you're at down there in Lawton. Let me switch radars back to KFDR. No rotation yet. It's looking good. You're getting some pretty good winds though. I mean, it's anywhere from 26 to 32, it looks like. The part of the storm that's getting ready to cross over 44 is a little bit stronger as far as the wind gusts go. But the rain is coming down really hard. Just to the west of Burke Burnett. Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably baseball size. How big is a softball? What's that, like 3.5 inches, something like that? But still, man, you don't want to get hit by a freaking baseball piece of ice, dropping from, thousands of feet above your head and picking up velocity along the way. They're getting a ton of lightning strikes up there, just outside Ponica City, crossing over 35. And there's a lot of lightning with that storm. I mean, a lot. Those folks are getting a lot of thunder right now. I think it's the most populated city it's already gone through, or town, North Enid. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Grant County and Kay County. Those are actually extensions of the one that we had for the destructive storm that was issued about 10 minutes ago. It got extended. Grant and Kay County have been extended from 35 minutes to 50 minutes. Cotton, Oklahoma, Wichita, Texas, Clay, Texas, Comanche, Oklahoma, Stevens, Oklahoma, Tillman, Oklahoma, Jefferson, Oklahoma. Those are at 35 minutes right now with 1.25 inch hail, possible winds 60 mile an hour plus. The destructive storm area, again, to repeat, is Kay County, Noble County, Osage County, Grant County, Garfield County in Oklahoma. Now, that's a destructive storm. Down in Florida, Seminole County and Volusia County in Florida is under severe thunderstorm warning. And it looks like we just had a little bit of hail right there just to the south of Salt Fork on Highway 74. Again, this isn't a populated area. I don't even see any homes out here. I don't see anything as far as structures. There's roads. I think the only places where there's going to be structures near this storm is up in Lamont. But the storm is blowing just to the south and to the north. I think they just got spared from that hail that might have come through there. I think the storm literally went just to the north and is blowing just to the south of Lamont right now. And it just missed Salt Fork. Salt Fork probably got some really good rain and some wind gusts right there, but I don't think they got affected by that hail. I'm gonna jump back down to KFDR down there near Wichita Falls and Walden. Last time we checked, there wasn't any rotation. Wind speeds were, I think the highest wind speed that we recorded down there was about 35. And there's a 38 mile an hour wind right there just to the south of Burke Burnett. At the intersection of Interstate 44 and 70. 4.5 inches is a grapefruit. Holy moly. That would definitely put a hole in somebody's windshield. You know what, Serious G, you're so right on that, man. Animals are a great resource and predictor for what's about to happen. Even fish up in like in Alaska, we would have almost everybody had aquariums that I knew. Hey, we did just a heads up. We got a little bit of rotation to the southwest of Burke Burnett. Over by Highway 183, there's some rotation forming down there, Serious G. Just to the west of Wichita Falls. With that last radar sweep, we have rotation down there now. Coefficient's dropping like crazy. We got a 0.57, 0.5. It just crossed over Lake Camp, I think it was. Or Lake Kemp, sorry. But there's your rotation forming right there. southwest of Electra and west of Wichita Falls. Nothing like bird watching with the cat. Watch out for this one, G. See what forms here because this is coming right towards your area. If it keeps going the direction it's going now, it's going to go just south of you, I think, down by Walters and Temple. I'm not sure what part of town you're in. There's not a tornado warning issued or anything like that, but just be aware of what's happening over here. We also got a little bit of rotation over here near Chili Cough. I guess that's the way you pronounce it. I'll just say west of Vernon, moving northeast, but that's going to blow right up in your area, probably to the north, going through Snyder and Mountain Park, maybe through Frederick. But this is the one you need to keep an eye on, I think, right here. I think it will. I think the one that we're looking at right now, that's dead center in the middle of the screen, I think it's going to go south of you. It's not very strong at this point, either way. The highest recorded wind right now is at 55. That's not bad. However, we have that rotation right there. It's taken this radar a really long time to update over there at KFDR. I haven't seen one here in over 45 seconds. I do the same thing, G. If I'm in a watch area, I consider that a tornado warning, especially if we have a storm coming, that's in our general location. I just automatically just go into, safety mode, take cover mode, or whatever you want to call it. I'm like no more than like 15 steps away from my safe area when something like that's coming at least close to us. There's a little part of rotation. Hold on one second. Let me see. Maybe it cleared up. No, there's a little rotation right there near Granville or Grandfield. Getting ready to cross over 44. It's going to go just to the south of Lawton. Just had another severe thunderstorm warning issued for Cowley, Kansas and Sumner, Kansas for the next 42 minutes. Also, Grant, Oklahoma and Key, Oklahoma got extended out to 42 minutes. I think I already covered that one. Yeah, man. We're watching this one, James. I need to go back up to the north really quick just to check that one that we saw near Enid and see what became of that. I'm going to switch radars over to KVNZ or KVNX up here in northern Oklahoma. We still have that little bit of rotation, but it's moved from Enid a little bit closer to Ponca City. And we have, I think it touched down again, guys. It may have touched down again right here. Again, it may be small, but it might be like an EF0, something like that. Let me go over to differential and see if there's a signature. There is. Wow. Yeah, we got a tornado, I believe, on the ground right here, just up to maybe a mile or two west of 35, and east of Hunter and southeast of Lamont. You might want to screenshot this one to check tomorrow to see if we get a confirmation. I'm pretty sure there's a tornado on the ground right now. Again, it may be really small. I'm like 90% confident. Again, it's just a mile or two to the west of 35, southeast of Lamont and east of Hunter, north of Billings. Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, it's obviously an EF0, but whether it's a one or two, I'm not sure here. I don't see any populated city or populated areas over here. There might be it looks like there's a gas station or something like that in Billings, maybe, but this is about a mile north of Billings. And I don't see anything near Interstate 35 to the south of Blackwell. Blackwell has a something there. I'm not sure if there's like a store or a couple houses or something like that. I'm just waiting on a radar update to see what happens. But keep in mind too, we also have rotation over here, you know, near Hunter, and they had 112 mile an hour recorded there just a moment ago. It's kind of relaxed there, but if I switch over to the coefficient, you can see that they've dropped pretty good right there. There's probably just a bunch of really small ones touching down right now. Sort of like right here. Kind of like right in that area right there. It's showing white. Let me jump back down there really quick. Let me switch over to your radar. I think you guys are good in Lawton. That one little spot that has a teeny bit of rotation is literally on 44 right now, moving northeast. And then the other one that was over near Temple, that's east of you. That's like southeast of you. That's not going to touch Lawton at all. Back over here, you're getting some wind gusts about 80 miles per hour though. Back to your southwest and west of Electra. So that's headed in your general direction, but I'm not too concerned about that right now. That's just high wind. Um, right here is where your little teeny bit of rotation is right near Walters, just to the east of 44. Walters does have a population area right there, and it doesn't look like there's anything on the ground there. Keep our fingers crossed it stays that way for that area. Walters is definitely populated, so is Temple. Check back over here. That's fine. One little speck of rotation just north of Highway 5. Just a speck. But again, there's a little bit over here near Geronimo. You got some rotation right there, but nothing's dropping. It doesn't look like right now. It's really, really small. It hasn't entered your town or anything like that. KTLX. Okay, KTLX. Where's KTLX? I'm on KFDR right now. KTLX, there we go. I'm seeing strong winds on KTLX south of Geronimo, but it's not really picking up the detail that we're getting from. I'm getting a lot more detail, at least on my end, from KFDR. But you're right; it's not. It's not refreshing as fast. I wish they were all like on a timer or something like that, and they were all together, and they all updated at the same exact time. I think you have a force field around you, G, because everything is either going to bounce down from to the south or to the north of you. You got some good juju going on. 0.4. That's what I'm using on the KFDR as far as elevation. Is that what you're using? The 0.4 degrees? I think that's just my default setting. I think that's tilt 1. Tilt 2 is 0.8, 0.9. Let's go back to tilt 1. You're on 0.5 on next ride. Actually, that's where mine's at right now, 0.5. It fluctuates. I don't know why. It fluctuates between 0.4 and 0.5 on reflectivity. As far as velocity, I'm sorry, I was incorrect. Velocity was at 0.4. Reflectivity, I think, was at 0.5. I don't think that 1 degree or point degree is going to make a difference, but I'm going to change it back to tilt 1 and then switch back over to reflectivity real quick. It looks like it's really clearing out for you up there in Lawton. As far as precipitation, anyway. Everything looks like it's going to go to the south of you. Most of it's down in Walters and Ranlet right now. Seminole County and Volusia County and Florida got extended to 31 more minutes for their severe thunderstorm warning. Kay and Grant, Oklahoma counties still are under a destructive storm watch for the next 16 minutes, 2 3/4 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible, damage threat destructive. We still, Kay actually got extended out to 31 more minutes. Grant is still at 16 minutes. As far as the other severe thunderstorm warnings, Cotton County, Oklahoma, Wichita County, Texas, Clay County, Texas, Comanche County, Oklahoma, Stevens County, Oklahoma, Tillman County, Oklahoma, and Jefferson County, Oklahoma. 15 more minutes there. Look to your southeast, right? Well, over here in the southeast, they just had a 90-mile-an-hour wind recorded with rotation, slight rotation. But you don't have anything to worry about that. That's heading towards Central High and Rush Springs, headed in that direction. Pretty strong winds, though. Nah, I think you're safe, man. You got some good juju going on there, man. I don't think my town's been hit in about 20 years. Knock on wood. The last major tornado that came through here, I didn't live here then, but the locals tell me it was about 20 years ago. And we're right, you know where I'm at, southeast Kansas, so yeah. I hear you, G. Glad it's not me and hoping for the best for them. That's what I was saying all last year when the storms were coming up through Oklahoma into our part of the state. It was like, man, I really hope those folks are safe, but I'm glad it's not me. This is going to be a long night, guys. It's only 7 o'clock Central Time. We got another 12 to 14 hours to go. And this is just going to be the beginning. I'm going to jump back up to Kansas real quick. This is the one that we were looking at earlier. Remember that little teeny storm that dropped a little twister, I think, down in Oklahoma. This is that's this one we're looking at right now. The one that was down in Enid, Oklahoma. It's finally crossing the border into Kansas near Arkansas City. I don't think it's going to make its way to Independence. I think it's going to. It might. That bottom part of the storm might. Let me draw a line and see. It might scrape Independence if it keeps going in the direction it's going in right now. That's the storm that's producing all that lightning and the really strong rain, like right in the middle. And it had rotation right when it passed Enid, but there's no rotation right now. Right on, man. You're going to need it. You're going to need that caffeine, brother. So again, this is that little storm that we were tracking through Enid, Oklahoma, and it's just crossing. It just crossed over the border into Kansas. And again, I'm not sure if this is going to go through make it Independence or not. If it does, it's just going to be the very tip part of Independence. More than likely, right now, it's got a bullseye for Cedar Vale. That's where the most intense rain is right now with all the lightning and thunder. Let me just check. We get another. We either got one extended or we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Howard County, Hale, Hamilton, and Merritt County in Nebraska. We'll go up there and check that out in just a second. I just want to make sure there isn't any rotation in the storm right here. And it doesn't appear so. It looks like the strongest wind that was recorded right now is right around 60, and the storm is moving northeast at 56. So hopefully it stays that way. So you folks up there in Cedar Vale, this is going to be you. And just let me measure it out really quick. Cedar Vale, you're about 48 miles to the northeast of the storm, and it is moving at about 40. So about an hour and 10 minutes. Expect some really heavy rain. I'd say in the next 45 minutes, you're going to start getting regular rain, but in about an hour and 10 minutes, it should be pretty heavy. I'm going to jump up to Nebraska just really quick just to see what this one looks like. And that's pretty strong rain right there. There might be a little bit of hail near Cairo. No rotation. There's a little bit of strong wind also to the southeast of Cairo. It looks like the gust just got recorded at about 64 miles an hour. Looks like there's a little bit of rotation trying to form right here to the southeast of Pleasanton and north of Gibbon, just north of Interstate 80. There's definitely probably some hail mixed in there blowing. Gosh, it's hard to tell. The majority of the storm is moving to the northeast, but there's just two little spots that is trying to mess things up here, moving to the north. Trying to keep it from being uniformed here. Look at all that low pressure over here. The whole central part of the country is low pressure. Man, we got a lot of radar sites out. What's up with that? I'm not sure if this storm is going to make it to Omaha. It's definitely going to go make it to that direction, but I think it's going to go to the north of Omaha. If it keeps going the exact way it's going right now, it's going to go right through the town of Columbus and then northeast to West Point, crossing over, looks like, was that 77 and 275? It's like following Interstate 30 right now. And velocity wise, again, it looks like there's a little teeny bit of rotation towards the tail end of it, but not a whole lot. We'll keep an eye on that one. Uh, let's go back down to Florida. We haven't looked at Florida and their little storm going on down there. Let's see here. Wow, that's a little powerful storm right there. That's just to the north of Cape Canaveral, just for reference, so you can see where we're at. Right between Cape Canaveral and Daytona Beach. There's a little bit of thunder or lightning going on there. Moderate to slightly heavy rain, moving to the northeast at about 9 miles per hour. It's almost stationary. It's going over the town of Sanford right now and Geneva, so they're getting a little bit of rain. But I understand why they issue this, because there is the winds that are just to the northwest of Interstate 4 are trying to rotate with the winds that are over near Sanford. So I don't think it's going to have an opportunity to do anything before it blows off the coast, probably right around Daytona Beach. So I'll come back to that in a minute. Everything looks all right now. There's a little bit of rotation trying to form, but nothing too crazy. That's good, man, that you can send her updates like really fast. A couple of these counties were already listed, but Stephen County in Oklahoma, Comanche County, I think the two new ones are Garvin and Grady County. Those have been extended to 36 minutes for their severe thunderstorm warning, which is right here over there in G's part of town. Again, the strongest part of the rain right now seems to be right between Walters and Temple, and just a little bit to there's one little spot to the west of Interstate 44 in east of Granville. So right between Granville and the highway, and then right between the two towns of Walters and Temple. That's just to your south and southeast of you there, G. There's no chance it's coming through Lawton, put it that way. It's going to go to your east. So wind speeds are average 15 to 20. Nothing bad. Most of them are in the single digits, but there's a couple 35s in there. There's still a little bit of rotation down here that just crossed over Highway 183. But again, there's no chance of that coming through Lawton. It's going to blow to the south of you there. Those storms that are over there by UG just got upgraded to a damage threat of considerable. 1 3/4 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. That includes Stevens, Cotton, Jefferson, and K counties. And those are right around 50 minutes. K County was already on the list, but that initial warning is being that one's going to expire, so they went ahead and extended that out to 49 more minutes. But K County is up to the north of you. That's the storm that's crossing over into Kansas right now. That one's just going to keep going. They're just going to keep extending that one. Not K County, but the storm that's in K County right now. It's just going to keep getting extended as it goes through Kansas, more than likely. That'll probably be on our list for the next 3 to 4 hours until that storm peters out. Oh, I'm right there with you, dude. I'm not a fan. That's why I watch this stuff so close, man, because I'm not a fan of it. I don't like it. I'm not a fan at all. That's why I keep a close eye on it. But it gives me a little bit of comfort, though. Um, being on top of it, watching it, it makes me feel more secure because I know exactly what's going to happen, what's happening. I mean, you can't really know exactly what's going to happen, but I think it gives you a little bit of comfort watching it, so you can prepare yourself just in case. Because they're not covering it on the news. I mean, every once in a while, if something really major happens, a local news channel might break in with the weather and saying, "Hey, there's 10 minutes ago there was a tornado." Well, that was 10 minutes too late. I need to know a little bit earlier. I need to know right now. I'll hand it to you though. That news channel over in Joplin, Missouri, is really good. They usually break in when conditions are right and say, "Hey, you guys probably want to take cover here." I've had nothing but really good experiences with that weather channel over in Joplin. I forget the name of the TV station, but they seem to be on top of it over there. No, definitely, G. You gotta. I don't want to be taken. I don't want to be surprised. Put it that way. I don't like surprises like that anyway. K is still at 46 minutes. Stevens, Cotton, Jefferson, Oklahoma, 46 minutes. 1 3/4 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Damage threat considerable. What other county was mixed in there? Comanche County, Oklahoma. That one's not in the damage threat of considerable, but it's in there. Same thing with Jefferson County. A lot of these are duplicates. I'm going to jump back down to the south here to where you're at really quick before I jump back up to Nebraska. That one in Nebraska was looking a little hairy. I didn't really like that one too much. I'm going to go up there and look at it again really quick. It's pretty strong. It's right between the moderate and really heavy rain stuff. A few lightning strikes. Wind speeds 20s, teens. Little rotation there just to the west of Grand Island, though. Not really a fan of that. There's a little bit of hook forming right there. Oh, all right, guys. Keep an eye on this one right here. Just to the west of Grand Island, we got a hook forming right there. That's pretty classic. Rotation. We're going to have a tornado here, guys. I'm like 90% sure just by the looks of it. Just by the looks of it. I think we're going to have a tornado right here. This is going to be just to the west of Grand Island, Nebraska, which is a very populated area. Highway 280, Interstate 281 goes right through the center of town, along with Interstate 30. This is a KUEX, by the way. That's the radar that I'm looking at if anybody's interested. And did it drop? Drop right there. That's where our rotation's at. We just got a radar update. If I had to guess, I think there was a little drop right here, just to the west of town of Grand Island. I'm just waiting on a radar to update here. The heck is that? Oh. Sorry, I was looking at something else for a minute. Yeah, tomorrow's. So again, there's our little hook deal. Here's our rotation. Here's our coefficient of 0.5, 0.7, 0.4. I'm sorry, guys. I've got to let my dog out. He's going to lose his shit if I don't. Hold on 1 second. Excuse my language. Sorry. We still have a little bit of rotation here right by the town of Abbott. Wow, it's really coming down hard. Near Saint Labori, I guess that's the way it's pronounced. Just to the south of Highway 58 and to the west of 281 right now. So, still pretty obvious rotation right there. And ooh, right there, guys. Our coefficient really dropped right there. Right to the east of Cairo and north of Highway 2, it looks like. And then over here on Highway 2, right there, more rotation. These folks definitely need to take cover right here, just to the east of Cairo, moving towards Chapman and Central City, also up in the city of Palmer. If you're up there in Nebraska right now, I would highly suggest, being in a sturdy structure, lowest floor, interior room, stay away from windows right now because this could get bigger anytime. If I had to guess, something dropped right there just to the north of Highway 2, and especially over here just to the northwest of the town of Cairo. Right there. It's just literally like a half mile to a mile to the northeast. It looks like it just calmed down a little bit. I think we're good there. There's nothing on the ground near Cairo right now that's lifted. However, over here just to the northwest of Grand Island, going through the town of Grand Island, crossing over Highway 2, there's rotation and there's definitely a little CC drop right there. Might have a little twister right there on the ground. I mean, it's literally right by Highway 2 and 34 in Grand Island. Yep. Right there, guys. Right. Literally, let me zoom in closer. So here's the town to Grand Island, and there's our rotation. There's our coefficient drop, and there's our differential right there. I can't, let me see if I can zoom into that street. That's Highway 281, where Highway 281 and Old Highway 2 connect near North Broadwell Avenue. I believe we have a little bit of rotation right there, maybe touching down. And to me, moving to the east northeast towards Pioneer Estates. The really strong precipitation is just to the north of there. There's probably a teeny bit of hail mixed in there, probably like pea size, smaller than penny size hail. Just stay calm and get in your safe spot if you're in this area. Make sure you have all your weather notifications turned on and set up. Because again, we're in the long, this is going to be a long haul. This is the next 12 to 24 hours. We're going to be dealing with this here. Nothing's changed. I'm just waiting on a radar update. This is really, it just moved into town. Okay, there we go. We got an update now. It's literally right in the center of town in Grand Island, Nebraska. Here's our rotation crossing over 281. There's our low coefficient right there. There's our differential reflectivity. Oh, holy moly. We just got a 114 mile an hour wind gust right there. Folks in Grand Island, you really need to be taking cover right now. You need to be in a sturdy structure and staying away from windows. Right there. I'm going to zoom in really close now. This rotation is right at the corner of Old Potash Highway and South Engelman Road. Old Posh Highway and South Engelman Road, moving east northeast across Interstate 281. Yeah, those legal issues, man. That's nothing but drama, dude. I hate that. I hate that for anybody who has to go through that kind of stuff. There's our rotation right there. Again, this is at the corner of Old Posh Highway and South Engelman Road. There's our coefficient drop right there. That's where it was. That's where the rotation was about 30 seconds ago. And again, it's moving east northeast, appears, right through the town of Grand Island. Can't stress it enough. If you're in Grand Island, you need to take cover in a sturdy structure. Stay away from windows. Again, I'll just go over it again. Here's our rotation defined right there at the corner of North Engelman Road and Old Posh Highway. There's our coefficient drop from about 30 seconds ago. Radar just updated. It's moving, it just moved to the east of South Engelman Road, approaching South North Road. Weird name. And North Road. So North Road, I guess. And again, this is approaching Interstate 281 and 30, where those two connect, right there in Grand Island, the city of Grand Island. Again, I'll just cover this again. Here's our storm right here. Here's our rotation. Here's our coefficient, and it drops right there on Interstate 30. Here's some differential right here coming up. Define, yeah. Ooh, that's in the black. We definitely have some debris in the air right there. Winds really picked up in downtown Grand Island. There's a gust of 78. There's a gust of 82. There's a gust of 60. Can't stress it enough, guys. Stay away from windows. Stay away from windows. Sliding glass doors, windows, anything but glass. Stay away. Get in the interior room. Stay on the first floor. Sturdy structure. All the normal stuff. Really getting some strong gusts right there on Interstate 30, right in downtown Grand Island. Parkview, um, Kingwood Estates, I think you're fine. But right in the center, right in the heart of Grand Island City, or the town of Grand Island. Just waiting on a radar update right now. I'm going to try to refresh it to get a quicker update. Let's see here. Do, 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 do. Good boy. Looks like the wind speeds have calmed down a little bit through Grand Island. We still have rotation just to the east, the eastern part of town. Coefficients still have a drop there. Differential right there. That's where our main rotation is, right there. Like literally like 500 feet to the west of Highway 281 right now. Not even a quarter mile. Maybe a quarter mile. Actually, you know what? That's not a bad idea, G. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to put my velocity there, and I'm going to put my coefficient here. I'm going to remove. I can't. Let me take something off the screen here. Let me go to here, hide that, and bear with me 1 second. Let me hide that and hide that. There we go. It gives us a little bit more real estate to work with. Let me move this over here. And let me move. I'll deal with that in a second. Let's see here. So I have our velocity on the left and our coefficient on the right now. So there's our main rotation right there off of West 13th Street in downtown Grand Island. Let me get it back here. And our coefficient is a little low. It's borderline. I don't think we have anything on the ground right there. If we do, I mean, it's like there's a little bit of circulation, but it's not like a huge updraft or anything like that.
I'm not ignoring the other areas right now. It's just that I think this is the most dangerous spot at the moment. Again, this is Hall, Howard, and Buffalo counties in Nebraska. We also have 22 more minutes left for Stevens, Cotton, and Jefferson County in Oklahoma with 1.25 inch hail. K, Oklahoma, 22 more minutes. Merrick County in Nebraska just has 7 more minutes. That one was to the west. Um, I think they're probably going to have to end up extending the one in Buffalo, Howard, and Hall County and move it a little bit more to the east. We can get crazy and actually do 4 screens here, but I don't think it really is easy enough to see. However, what I could do, let's go here. Let's put this in timeout really quick. Let's hide that, and then let's hide that, and let's bear with me 1 second. Let me let's change that, and let's put in radar omega really quick. Let me make sure I have the right window selected, and we'll move that down. Let me adjust the size really quick. Let me get this set up a little bit better here and stretch it. Move it up here and stretch it out. There we go. And with this view, Yeah, sorry about that, G. For some reason, when I switched over scenes to the other scene, I forgot to add the mic to it. So I've been talking probably for the last of 15 to 20 minutes with no mic. How embarrassing is that? I need to add that to that scene really quick. Let me copy that and put it over there. Man, I've been running my mouth giving all kinds of awesome information here that nobody's hearing. Hold on one second. Let me move it over. Here, how's that? Can you hear me okay now with that scene? That's really embarrassing. I can't believe I did that. That sucks. I've been dropping all kinds of knowledge on you guys. I've been talking, yeah, literally, I've been talking to myself for the last 20 to 30 minutes because when I switched scenes through OBS, I forgot to put the mic on the other scene. And um, yeah, you guys have missed out on some really good stuff. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I've really been talking my ass off here, throwing out some knowledge and stuff and talking about the storm, and nobody's heard a damn word I said. Oh, that's horrible, bro. I can't believe I did that. Well, it's fixed now. You guys are probably like, hey, what's this guy doing? Is he taking a break? Did he fall asleep? Is he just moving in front of the screen and not talking? That's funny. Anyhow, I guess since you haven't heard my voice, it's a good time to go through a recap here of our warnings. Merrick, Hamilton, Polk, York, Howard, and Hall County in Nebraska is still under considerable damage threat, 70-mile-an-hour plus winds, 1 3/4 inch hail. Garvin, Stevens, McLean, Grady counties in Oklahoma, 31 more minutes, severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. Uh, those are duplicates. That third one that you see, Hall, Howard, Merrick, and Nance. Those have been extended out another 15 minutes for a total of 46 minutes. And Stephen, Oklahoma got extended out another 30 minutes. We've been looking at this storm up here in Nebraska for quite a while now. We're still getting rotation through the town of Grand Island. I'm going to pull up coefficient one more time, and then I'm going to jump down to Oklahoma. I just want to see if there's anything on the ground before we move down there. Again, this is a really tough one here in Grand Island. I still think there's the possibility of something dropping here, but it looks like it's starting to break up on the tail end of the storm. But if you look down on the south part of 80 right here, we're getting more rotation as the radar updates. It's moving east northeast at about 20 miles per hour. If you're on highway or interstate 80 right now, I would highly consider getting off on highway 34 and going north up to Grand Island and taking a break there. Even though we're having the storms go through Grand Island, they only have about 10 more minutes left. So this would be a perfect time to jump off. If you're east of Grand Island, you might be able to jump off on the exit for 2 and jump on 34 and head west on 34. And then you'll be in the town to Grand Island, hit up a gas station or a Wawa or a Subway or something and just take a break. 15, 20-minute break, and then you'll be in the clear. I'm gonna jump down really quick to what would I say, Oklahoma. Yeah, I'm gonna jump down to Garvey, Stevens, McLean, and Grady County, Oklahoma, really quick and see what's really happening there. Let's see here. This is just south of Norman. Wait a minute. I want to actually, before we do that, let's go up here to Kansas because we kind of let that one storm go. That was crossing over the border going towards Independence. Let me just check the wind speeds there. That looks kind of okay, but I'm going to switch radars to Wichita really quick to get a better look at it. Um, that's a little hairy down there to the southwest of Cedarvale. Let me just pull up this real quick again. I would definitely keep an eye on Cedarvale going northeast towards Oak Valley and Howard. I would, that's definitely an area that I want to keep an eye on right there, just in case. Only because of the wind speed in that one spot to the southeast of Cedarvale. Other than that, I'm not too concerned about it. But I'm going to jump back down to Oklahoma really quick and check out the Norman radar. Here's our precipitation right there. It's pretty strong near Duncan. There might be a spot or two of hail just to the northeast of Duncan. Wind speeds aren't crazy. They're probably in the mid 50s in a couple spots, upper 40s. So it's whipping around pretty good out there, probably blowing over some trash cans and whatnot. So you might want to put those away. My trash day is tomorrow. I've been holding off and putting out my trash cans until morning. I'm probably going to put those out like an hour or two, but right before the trash men are scheduled to come, because if I don't, they're going to tip over and get blown everywhere. That's the only reason I haven't put it out. So if tomorrow's trash day for you, you might want to hold off till morning putting those trash cans out. Rain is pretty strong there near Duncan, though, but there's no rotation. That's great. Bathroom break and quick smoke. That sounds good right about now. Actually, that might be the thing to do right now. Let me switch back over to our main scene real quick. Get that up there. Wow, look at the sky in Parsons, Kansas. Is that beautiful or what? Look at that blue sky. That's almost spooky looking. Is that a great shot or what? That's literally my backyard. I'm using a little old Android phone camera. Who knows how many pixels are on that, but that is a beautiful shot. I wish that telephone pole wasn't in the way, but that is amazing. I'm going to win an internet YouTube Emmy for that shot right there, guys. Yeah, it's very eerie looking. All right, guys, I want to be nominated for a YouTube award for that shot. Can you imagine if we started getting some rotation in there though right now? Let me see if we have anything in the atmosphere above our town real quick. Wow, that's amazing. I might have to jump over to the Tulsa. No, the only thing I have is to that little powerful storm to that's going through Cedarvale right now might come through my town. It's going to just, yeah, it's probably going to come through town. So I might want to move that camera underneath the awning so it doesn't get rained on. So this may be a good time to go out there and take a smoke break. So I can move that camera. It's not going to be as good as of a shot, but it'll keep the camera out of the rain. All right, guys, if you see the camera move around out there, that's just me moving it. Give me about a couple minutes to move that camera and its backup battery power. I have it hooked up to like a USB battery backup to keep the camera charged. It's not a camera, it's an old Android phone with a camera. That's all it is. It's nothing fancy. Just some old phone I had laying around in a drawer that I'm using. So we're low budget here. Actually, I could put that. I can't. I don't have another tripod to put that on. I need to buy another little cheap tripod for the camera. I'm using the one behind me right now. Um, all right, guys, I'm gonna run out there, so you're probably gonna see the camera move. The one outside. That's just me tossing it around. I will be right back. Oh, shoot. Let me check out Discord really quick. Oh, wow. You guys are a lot brighter than we are right now. Your camera is way better. Wow, that looks really cool. Yeah, your camera is picking up, or it's just really darker up here. I'm not sure which. I think maybe that light that I have on that pole is interfering with the camera. It'll go off here in a little bit because it's just hooked up to solar power, so the battery will run out here in a minute. I don't have any way of turning it off manually, I don't think. I just moved in here, so I'm not sure how to use this yet. That's a pretty epic shot, though. I like that. That looks good. Good, good, good. HEV, HEVC. I'm not familiar with that. High efficiency image container. I'm not familiar with that. Is that a format like the format of the photo or something like that? Like a JPEG or PNG or something? That's a good shot either way. It's good quality. Actually, I need to take a quick screenshot of this and post it to Facebook. Let's try Parsons. Hold on. Let me post this really quick. Um, oh, H.265. I've heard of that before. That was like the one that came out with. Didn't Apple come out with that first or something? Or maybe they didn't come out with it, but I think they had that on their iPhones before anybody else had it on their phones. Because I know they used to have that on their video player. Really? Discord doesn't support that, huh? Interesting. So what do you have to do? Do you have to convert it to like a JPEG or something like that to upload it to Discord? What the hell? Wow, my stream almost died. My connectivity went way down there for a second. It must be getting affected by the storm. Sorry about the lag. Apologies. Not sure what happened to my internet there. It went really slow for a second. Yeah, it really lagged like big time. I lost like 3.2% of my frames. I'm still putting out 60 frames per second, and my computer usage is only 8%. I'm running OBS. I'm running one instance of Chrome, one, two, three, four, five instances of Safari, and two screens of Radar Omega. So computer's doing just fine. I've never taxed out my computer or the RAM or anything like that. Computer's doing great. It's just my limitations here is the internet. The company that we have here in this town is Sparklight, I believe. That's what I use. I'd like to really switch over to Google Fiber. They've been advertising here in town. I'm not sure if they're any better, but I'm going to look into it. I really like to look into that Starlink to see how reliable that is because they are really cheap right now. You can pick up a starter kit for like $150 or something like that, which sometimes is cheaper than having an internet provider coming out to your house and hooking it up and having to rent the equipment and whatnot. Let me just check this update really quick. We still have 24 minutes left in Merrick, Hamilton, Polk, in York County in Nebraska. Salina, Ottawa, Ellsworth, and Lincoln counties in Nebraska or in Kansas. Sorry. Garvin, McLean, Stephen, and Grady, Oklahoma have 9 more minutes. I'm going to jump back up to Nebraska really quick. We haven't been up there in a second. Still got pretty strong precipitation just to the southwest of Clarks, Nebraska. I'm going to check the rotation here if we have any. We do not. Wind speeds are pretty darn good up there in Nebraska. We're getting gusts in the mid 60s and low 80s just to the east of Clarks. All that yellow is pretty much from the 60s up to the mid to upper 70s right now. The reds are in the teens and 20s. No rotation to speak of, though. That's good. I'm going to jump back down. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. Okay, that's not rotation. Let me jump back down to, let me zoom out first. So that's our Nebraska situation right there. I'm going to jump back down to Oklahoma and then move my way back up to Kansas. I'm going to move to Grady and Garvin County in Oklahoma really quick. There's our little storm right there that's getting ready to cross over Interstate 35, it looks like. That 35. Directly south of Oklahoma City. Let's check our velocities. There's some pretty strong precipitation and high winds right now on the tail end of the storm. Um, Low 60s to mid 70s in a couple little spots. The storm is actually moving east northeast at 47 no rotation. Up here, I'm going to switch to the tower over there by Tulsa, KINX. Getting some pretty strong winds up there north. I'm not sure how accurate that is. Let me go to their Wichita radar, see if it's showing the same thing. Let's go to reflectivity just to see how strong that rain is. Northeast of Cedarvale, it's pretty strong, a lot of lightning strikes. And to the northwest, west northwest of Independence, we get some pretty strong precipitation there. Ottawa, Salina, Dixon counties in Kansas is at 37 minutes right now. It is not a considerable damage threat at the moment. So the total, we have Salina, Ottawa, Dixon, Ellsworth, and Lincoln County in Kansas for the next 37 minutes. That one up in Nebraska is still considered a damage threat of considerable. 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1.5-inch hail possible. But we just looked at that, and there was no rotation in that storm at the moment. Howdy, Braven. How you doing? Tornado watches pretty much all over the place in the central United States right now. Let me just double check here real quick to see if they added anything. And did they extend it? Okay, gosh. Chukaquah and Elks, Kansas were just added. Those two counties for 51 minutes in Kansas. Severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail possible. Winds less than 50 miles per hour. This one is going to be blowing through my town here pretty darn soon. I'm not sure if it's going to hit my town or not, but it's going to be really close. So keep an eye on the camera. We might get some good lightning strikes on the picture there. I'm doing great, Braven. I hope everything's going good up there. Let's see here. Sparklight is also cable one. I didn't know that. I didn't know they were the same thing. They've been okay. It's just every once in a while with Sparklight here. And I've lived in 2 different houses in this town, and it's the same thing. You'll have great internet for like 5 hours straight, and then every once in a while for like 10 minutes, you'll get this goofy up and down deal where your internet's just going crazy. And it doesn't really affect like gaming or anything like that for the most part. But when you're streaming, that can really mess you up. Let's see. Okay, good enough. Weather forecast. Just got a message from Evergy, our power company. They're a little late on this. Severe weather predicted for our area this evening in the Midwest. Okay, let's see here. Let me just see if I have any other pending messages. Good enough. We're good there. Let me just check out this really quick. I'm just going to run this back about 14 frames just to try to get an idea. And let me try to draw a straight line here if I can. If it's going that way. How fast is that moving? About 40 miles per hour. So I'm guessing it's going to head to my neck of the woods within the next. If it's moving at 40 miles per hour, it should be hitting southeast Kansas. It should be hitting Cherryville in the next 58 minutes, Brooks 59 minutes, Buffville, 60 minutes. Moorhead, 66 minutes. The town of Dennis in 72 minutes, along with Thayer and Fern. Population in those areas total 15,167. I'm going to move it out a little bit more. I'm going to do that again. How far are we? Let's put in 40 miles per hour for the speed of the storm. This should be rolling through Garvin in the next 64 minutes, South Mound, Hayden, Orchard Park in 58 minutes, Parsons in 56 minutes, Galesburg in 54 minutes, Fern 50, Dennis 47, Cherryville 34 minutes when the rain will start. That's just for the beginning of the rain, by the way. That's not like the center of the storm. That's just the tip. Miss Parker in the house. How are you doing? Are you keeping Mister your significant other there in line? Is he being good? Is he still hungover from the Super Bowl? I'm gonna move this over a little bit so we can see where it's going. And again, if you're not in town, if you're not, there's James. of course, of course, you're being bad, right? All right, G. Let us know what you got. Take a picture of what you got and post Discord for us. What games are you playing now, James? What have you been gaming with lately? I haven't tried anything new in a while. I've still been sticking with some Elder Scrolls and a little bit of college football. Do, 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 do. 2K25. Happy birthday early, Miss Parker. James, you better do something really nice. You got a few days to. You've only got a little over 24 hours to get ready for that birthday. Dead Island 2 and Silent Hill. I've never played Silent Hill. It looks really good. I need to check that out. Do, 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 do. Should start hearing some thunder here shortly. Well, it's still about 45 minutes out, so maybe not. I'm afraid to turn the sound on the live cam because I'm afraid it's going to mess things up. But maybe I'll give it a shot on a day that we're not covering severe weather. See if it messes things up. Let me see if we can hear it. I don't think I have the mic turned on out there. Uh, it's not picking anything up right now. Let me. Oh gosh, I'm really tempted to go out there and do it, but I'm really scared that it's going to mess things up. Let's see. Droidcam OBS. Let me see if I can go into the setting and turn the sound on. I'm going to cross my fingers I don't really screw this up. Hold on, let's see here. Droidcam. Let me go into the properties and see if there's a. Oh, gee, just a heads up. It looks like the camera that I have set up outside is actually the video format is AVC/H.264. Okay, let's see. Enable audio. Oh, this is scary. I hope I don't. Oh, it won't let me click it. What happened? Let me run outside to the live cam really quick and see if there's a button that I need to activate to turn the sound on out there so we can record the thunder and the lightning when it starts coming through. He's gonna sleep on your birthday. Oh, that's sweet. Him being your husband is the greatest gift for your birthday. What a lucky man you are, James. Oh my gosh. Look at that. That's love right there. That's awesome. You guys rock. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go outside and see if I can turn the sound on the live cam. I'll be right back. You'll probably see the camera move around. That's just me messing with the camera to see if I can get the sound activated. I'll be right back. Okay. I think I have to deactivate the camera now and then reactivate it. Hold on a second. Let me see if he'll let me. Nope, it won't let me. Damn it. Let me deactivate it and then reactivate it. See what happens. There we go. Okay. Come on. Properties. 1080 by 72. Hey, I think it's working actually. But why is the picture so weird? Hold on. Let me fix it. I think I have it set for the wrong resolution. Let's go. Okay. I think I just have to mess with it really quick. Move it down over that way a little bit. Now it's going to be up to you guys to let me know if you hear the thunder. We haven't started getting any here. 17 years. Congratulations. Wow. That's awesome. You guys look too young to be married 17 years. I saw those pictures that y'all posted a while back. You guys look like you're in your early 20s or something. What'd you guys get? I thought you guys were like in your 20s. You guys look like babies in those pictures. Let's see here. Oh, come on now. Did my internet start to drop again? Come on. I think these storms are really going to mess me up. Let me see if I can get some audio without getting feedback. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'm getting some internet losses with these winds. And I think it's causing the stream to lag. That wind is really picking up out there. My camera's moving. Let's see. The camera is moving for a minute.
Figures khaki pants under $35. Youthful and timeless is your charm.
Two. It's funny you type right when you type that, G. I just got a my weather radar or my weather alert thing just went off in the garage. That's why I went out there to mute it for a second. Kept going off. Oh, we're getting multiple alarms now. It looks like they just added Butler and Greenwood counties in Kansas for the next 55 minutes, along with Howard, Sherman, Greenlee, and Valley, Nebraska. They added those for 40 minutes. Republic and Cloud, Kansas. That damage that is considerable with 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible. 25 more minutes. Mitchell County and Jewell County, Kansas have been added for 25 minutes. I'm going to shoot up to Republic and Cloud County really quick. That's right up there near Nebraska. Wow. Okay. I see what's going on there. Let's just make sure there's no rotation in that one little spot near Jamestown. Really strong rain coming down, probably some hail mixed in there. Storm is moving northeast at 38. Not too bad. But wind velocities inside the storm are actually whipping around in anywhere from the mid 30s to 40s. The farther north you go to the border of Nebraska, it's up in the 60s, right there, the mid 60s. As far as rotation, we don't have any. Coefficient looks great. Down here near Jamestown, where we had some of those higher winds, it looks like there might be a little something that it picked up there. There's probably going to be some inflow right here near Jamestown. Just got to keep a really close eye on that one. So I'm going to be bouncing back and forth between Jamestown, there's a couple counties up here in Nebraska, near Loop City, St. Paul, and Columbus, Nebraska. It looks like those storms are just going to be blowing to the northwest of Omaha. I don't think they're actually going to make it into Omaha. The storm that we're looking at down here along the Kansas Nebraska border, that storm right there that we were looking at, more than likely that probably has about an 80% chance of blowing into Omaha. Let's see, how fast is it moving? It's going 38 miles per hour. I'm going to put it right in the heart of the storm and move it up here. And I'll do a calculation really quick. At 38 miles per hour, it should be making it into Omaha within the next, well, what is that, 60, that's 2 hours, 3.5 hours, 230 minutes approximately. So they've got some time. Lincoln, it should be approaching Lincoln. The stronger part of the storm will approach Lincoln at 38 miles per hour, should be reaching there in about 154 minutes. So what's that, 2.5 hours approximately? Right around there. We just got a tornado warning for Kansas, but it is for Ottawa County, which is right here. We definitely have defined rotation. Let me see if we have a hook. We do. We have inflow, we have rotation, and we have, once I get this off my screen, do we have any drops right there? We have a little bit of coefficient drop right there. Is that where the inflow is? Yep. So we're probably going to have a little tornado here. This might be our first significant tornado right here above an EF0 or 1 maybe. Let's see here. I'm just waiting for a radar update. Sorry, guys. Oh, we definitely have a lot of rotation right there near Bennington, Kansas. This is just to the west of Junction City, moving northeast at about 62 miles per hour. Radar just updated. Let me check the coefficient and rate. Go back here. Here's our inflow right here. Wow, that's really strong. There's probably a little bit of hail just to the south of Bennington. Right there. Ooh, we got a really big drop there. And that's probably a really good sign of a tornado right there, guys. -2, -3. Oh, wow. Salina, Kansas. Salina, Kansas, you have rotation. You're right outside of that storm. You have some really strong winds in Salina, Kansas right now. 74 miles per hour, 70 miles an hour, 85 miles per hour. Coefficient doesn't show anything right there, but just to the north of town of Salina, Kansas, between Salina and Bennington right now, we have rotation and we have a little bit of coefficient. This is definitely a dangerous one right here, guys. If you're in Salina, Bennington, Manchester, anywhere in between, you need to be taking cover. Get in your tornado safe spots. You know, a sturdy structure, the lowest floor, interior room. Definitely stay away from windows because of these high winds. Just waiting on a radar update here for Salina. Really strong rain and possibly hail in Bennington right now. Really strong. We're up there in the 76, 73 dBZs. Hail is typically in the 70 to 71 range where it starts. And we've got a 70, 73, 74. I thought I saw another one. There's another 71. Let me see if they added to that. We have 2 tornado warnings now: Rice County, Kansas, Ellsworth County, Kansas, Barden County, Kansas, along with Ottawa. Okay, so this is just to the southwest of the one that we're looking up there near Salina. Luckily, there's no rotation here right now. We're getting some high winds on the southwest corner of that storm right there near Chase and Raymond. Everything's moving in a northeastern direction. That is great. That's good news there. It's moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour, no rotation. Until you get up here to Ellsworth, they're probably going to extend this tornado warning up into Ellsworth, crossing over Interstate 70. The other tornado warning is just about a mile north of Interstate 70 in the towns of Bennington, Vine Creek, Wells, Manchester, right along 81 and 18 where they intersect. And that's where the rotation has kind of calmed down for the moment. We had a lot of rotation there earlier. I'm going to move up towards, let me find Salina again. Where is Salina? Right there. The rotation that we had in downtown Salina has gone away. There's still a little bit of coefficient right there, like there may be something been blown around in the air, maybe some trash cans or something like that. Maybe some loose tiles, trash. Let me go over to differential and just see if it gives us a better idea what it is. Dude, how big it is. Anyway, it's not very big. It's something small that got blown around the air again. That might have been a trash can. Could have been some tree limbs. Could have been dirt. Could have been anything. Let me go back over here. Reflectivity. That rain is really strong up there in Bennington. Definitely take cover up there, guys. You need to be inside and staying away from windows. Please stay away from windows if you're near Bennington. If you're in Bennington, you're in the tornado warning area, so please be on the lowest floor that you can possibly get to, interior room, and please stay away from windows. Now we're starting to get a little bit of rotation to the south of Bennington. There's a little bit of rotation there just to the east of Highway 81 and north of 70. Let me just make sure it's not another one. Again, we're still under a tornado warning for the counties of Ottawa, Kansas for the next 15 minutes, Rice, Ellsworth, and Barton County for the next hour. So hang tight there. They're probably going to extend that up into the northeast part of Rice, Ellsworth, and Barton County. So just hang tight. It'll probably happen here in just a few minutes because the storm is moving pretty fast. It's moving at 52 miles an hour to the northeast. So hang tight there. There's more coming if you're up in Bennington. Once this storm gets through there, this part of the storm that's really heavy, you got more coming. The storm that's down in Chase, right along Highway 56, is going to be coming through town here in probably, let me measure it out. If it's moving at about 50 miles an hour and you guys are 65 miles away, probably within the next hour and 10 minutes, you guys got some heavy storms coming through there. The ones that are down there near Independence, they're going through Fredonia, Kansas right now, which is just north of Independence and northwest of Parsons. And southwest of Humboldt, it's heading northeast towards Humboldt right now. It's going to be crossing over 169 right about now. It should be raining on the highway. And will continue to do so for the next hour or so, heading directly towards Fort Scott. So we got a lot of stuff going on in Kansas right now. I'm going to check the radar down here in Oklahoma City just to see if we have anything crazy there. We do not. Go to Tulsa, Oklahoma radar. We're good there. I'm going to jump back up into Kansas, obviously, because that's where all the action is right now, and cover these counties again really quick. So the tornado warnings, again, just to repeat, are Rice County, Ellsworth County, Barton County, and Ottawa County. Ottawa is 14 more minutes. Let me see which one that is. Is that the one to the north or the south? That's the one to the north. So even though there's only 14 more minutes left in that tornado warning, they're probably going to extend that here for another hour or so, because the one that's coming up from Rice, Ellsworth, and Barton's County is going to be blowing right through your area. So that might get extended over into Abilene and Junction City all the way up to Manhattan, and that's exactly what we predicted last night with our models that we ran. You can actually see that down at the bottom of the screen. Wichita, Topeka, Lawrence, Salina, Manhattan for tonight and tomorrow morning. So far, the model that we're looking at, the NAM3 and the HER, are coming true. Just a little bit earlier for the tornado warnings than what I expected. But keep in mind, we've got another 11 hours of this that's going to be going on here through Oklahoma, Kansas, then all the way up into Illinois, possibly Indiana and Michigan over the next day and a half, 2 days. But right now, just to cover it again for the tornado warnings, we have Rice County, Ellsworth County, Barton County, and Kansas for the next 57 minutes, and Ottawa County for the next 12 minutes, which will more than likely get extended. As far as rotation goes, most of the rotation that we have is right over near Highway 18, just to the east of Bennington. Really high rotation there. Wind speeds are getting a little crazy. Coefficient is dropping. We probably have something forming, trying to drop on the ground right now. We've got a 70 mile an hour wind right there in our intake. Let me go back to reflectivity. You can see the hook forming, the intake getting blown in right over Highway 18 right there. There's our velocities again. You can see those winds are really getting silly, 130 miles per hour. We've got 117, 112. That's probably definitely our tornado right there. We have a CC drop right there. Again, this is just south of Highway 18. Let me go over differential and see if there's anything large floating around the air. We do. There's a signature right there. There's our tornado signature right there. There's our velocity. There's our rotation. And I believe the tornado is just about maybe a quarter mile north of Niles right now and a half a mile east of Verdi, Kansas. But see that black line right there? That's our debris field. If there's whatever it picked up in the air, it's right there that I'm going back and forth on that little black, those black boxes right there. Hang tight, guys. It's going to be going on for a while. Just to repeat, if you're in these areas, make sure you're taking cover, get in the interior room, sturdy structure. Absolutely stay away from windows. I'm just waiting for a radar update here. Yeah, gee, it is pretty crazy. Look at that right there. I mean, it doesn't get much clearer than that. That's pretty wild. "54 more minutes for Rice County, Ellsworth County, Barden County, tornado warning. Ottawa County, tornado warning, 9 more minutes. That's going to get extended for sure." You zoom back down here. Our winds are really picking up. I'm going to need to change radar sites though, because that is not accurate. Bear with me 1 second. Let me jump down to Wichita radar real quick. And line. Okay. We are good there. 107, 134, 125, 112, 125, 80-mile-an-hour winds wrapped around. And here is our defined little hook forming right here. Here's our little hook going right there, right here. Not so much up there, right in here. Here's our big precipitation, possible hail. And you can see it, the radar just updated, so it actually just moved over here. Again, here's our rotation right there. Really strong rain just to the east of El Dorado, also north of Highway 54. Just a heads up for those folks. Sorry, guys. I'm just taking a snapshot of this so I can post it to Facebook really quick for the folks up there to their community page, just so they can see. Just in case they're not getting notifications, maybe they'll get a notification there. And as expected, Rice County, Ellsworth County just got extended for the next 50 minutes. Was that Bellevue? No, Bennington. Sorry, that was Bennington. Sorry about that, guys. I just had to post that to Facebook really quick for those folks up there in those counties. Just in case they're not aware of what's going on. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and put that on Twitter too, because I know we have a lot of Twitter followers out there. I need another pair of hands. I can't type this fast enough. Let's see. Okay, got that posted. Okay, we are down to 15 minutes in Dixon County, Ottawa County. Rice and Ellsworth are under a tornado warning for the next 45 minutes. Let's see here. Do, do, do. We're never wrong here, though, G. No, I'm just kidding. Let me go up here real quick and check these velocities. And we probably have another one. This is the same one that's been going on that was over near Bennington. I have a sneaky suspicion that this tornado is just dropping, picking up, dropping, picking up, dropping, picking up over and over and over. See these black areas right here? Let me zoom in. Right there. Let me get my little inspector tool. And then if you go over here to velocities, that's where probably there may have been a little bit of a debris field. Maybe some trash cans again, something like that. Maybe it tipped over a dumpster and sucked up some garbage into the air, hopefully. That's all it is. And we don't have it as defined on the coefficient. It's not as defined. Right there, you got a couple little teeny drops right there. See right there? But then boom, right there, right outside of Talmadge. Let's see what's there. Ooh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Okay, so even if we don't have a tornado right there, those wind speeds are so strong. Those bad boys could take a dumpster and throw it down the road. I mean, those are almost hurricane force winds. That's crazy. That is nutty. Maybe go back over the coefficient really quick. Velocities, coefficient, differential. Wow. That's pretty classic right there, guys. Let me zoom out a little bit. Let's refresh. Damn it. Sorry about that. My mic was off. I muted it for a second. And it's even got a light on it to tell me that. I still missed it. So yeah, I'm not trying to draw a smiley face or anything like that. But Salina is in the square, and then up to the northeast, that's where we're getting that wicked rotation. That was over in Bennington and is moving to the northeast towards Wakefield, and then down here to the bottom near Highway 14. Sorry about that. It's even got a light on it. Thanks for the heads up, there, Stealth. Oh man, if it wasn't for you guys, I would probably be silent half the time. Let me see if I can get a picture of this real quick. It won't let me take a snapshot while it's on there. Let me see if they extended this really quick. Dixon may get extended, may not. That's still under a tornado watch for the next 4 minutes. Rice County and Ellsworth County, 34 more minutes. That may get extended up into, I don't know what city Wakefield is in or what county, but it'll probably get extended up into Wakefield. Let me get a refresh on this really quick just to see. So they did go ahead and extend Dixon for another 30 minutes along with Clay County and Gary. Rice and Ellsworth are also at 33 minutes along with Gary, Dixon, and Clay. So it did get up there into Wakefield like we thought it was going to do. Let me stop it for a second and just go back to our velocities. And we still got a heck of a rotation up there. I really hope that's not just going to continue. Let me switch radars just to see. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to jump over to this one right here. See, that radar isn't really showing a defined rotation to the south of Wakefield like the other one is. Let me get my little inspector tool up there. Nope, it is showing a little bit of rotation, not a ton. Not as much as the other radar, but there is some here. Just to the north of Buckeye. But if we switch back to the Topeka radar, it's a lot more defined, and I believe more accurate. It looks like they just got a gust of 100 miles an hour right along Highway 15 or County Road 15. And bear with me 1 second. I'm just trying to narrow down what highway, how close. It looks like Highway 15 is the closest highway to where that rotation is, just to the south of the town of Industry. That would be awesome, G. What's your link your website if you it's up to you. If you want, link your website in chat so we can check it out. I'll bookmark it. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I was just curious. Especially if you start putting weather stuff on there. I'd really like to see that. I'm going to scoot down south really quick. I just wanted to see if there's anything moving down here. Actually, let me switch to Tulsa radar real quick just to see where this is at. Sorry. Yeah, it looks like the storms just blew north of me on Highway 59 and just to the south of Humboldt. Where was our buddy at? Was he in Burlington or Emporia? I can't remember. I think he was in Emporia, the guy that was in here earlier in Kansas. Gosh, that's really dangerous right there. Get ready, towns of Milford and Wakefield. Take cover, get in your safe spots. Stay away from windows. Make sure you're in a sturdy structure for the next little bit here. Oh, okay, I got you. I need to start working on one, man. I need to get one up here for the weather stuff. I registered the domain and everything like that. I just haven't actually started working on a site. Okay, they added McPherson County along with Salina is still there, Rice and Ellsworth. It's for the next hour. Man, that sucks. I really hope that starts to just dissipate and get out of there. To get a CC, it's like $16. Heck yeah, man! They extended that bad boy. I think they extend it out to an hour. Because I think they're just going to keep extending it as 57 minutes. So I think probably what they're going to do, as long as we still have that rotation right there, as it starts moving towards Manhattan, Westmoreland, and probably up to Seneca, and then eventually into Missouri. They're probably just going to keep, you know what I mean, just move the warning area as the storm continues to progress up there. Like if you track like back where it was, that's pretty much what they've been doing. Is just extending it every 15 to 20 minutes. What's up, dog? What's up, buddy? What's up?
You mean up there by the northern the storm that's up to the northeast, or the one back? Check that part out that's rolling into Milford and Wakefield. That's pretty wild right there. You're over on the Wichita radar? All right. Good boy. Good boy. I just switched over to Wichita. Let me see what the difference is here. Man, look at that one part down to the southwest of Salina. Look what's getting ready to roll through there. That's like a direct hit. If not, it's going to be just to the north. Isn't that crazy though? Let me So I'm showing on what are we using again? The Wichita one. If we're on the Wichita radar, I'm showing wind gusts of 76 to 90 something. But then when we switch to the radar up here near Topeka, let me see what the differences are. Actually, they're pretty close. I'm seeing a couple readings over 100 from the radar that's closer to Topeka. But let me switch back to... I wish I could do split screen for two different radars, but I can't. I guess I could bring up radar scope and use that. But see, like on the edge of the Wichita radar, there's no rotation. There's nothing. But when we move to the closer radar near Alma, we have rotation there. What's up with that? Let's see. Did they add a county? We're still at McPherson, Ellsworth, Salina, Rice for 52 minutes. Gary, Dixon, and Clay, 22 minutes. Ignore that one at the top. That one got extended out for 30 more minutes. That was Ellsworth and Rice. It's probably a little redundant, but I'm going to go over the severe thunderstorm warnings again. Bourbon County, Kansas, 1 hour, 7 minutes. Washington and Republic counties in Kansas, 22 minutes. Jefferson and Gage counties in Nebraska, 22 minutes. Neosho and Allen counties in Kansas, 22 minutes. Nance, Howard, and Merrick counties in Nebraska, 22 minutes. Thayer, Nebraska, 7 minutes. Dixon, Clay, Ottawa counties, Kansas, 7 more minutes. Damage threat considerable, 70-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch hail. Butler, Colfax, Nebraska, 7 more minutes on those. And then again for our tornado warnings, McPherson, Ellsworth, Salina, Rice, Kansas, 52 more minutes. Gary, Dixon, and Clay, 22 more minutes in Kansas for the tornado warnings.
I just think it's weird how the I know the colors will change because of the locations of the radar. You know, with the green being inbound, red outbound. But it's just funny to me that, and I don't know if it's because of the Earth's curvature and the elevation of the radar, that sometimes we get such different readings. Like with the Alma radar right now, like we're looking over here near Wakefield, it's showing us obvious rotation right there. And I know that still has to do with the inbound and the outbound. And if you were to draw a line from here, from the radar site straight out, so the reds are the outbound, green inbound again. That's really not that crazy, but it's just sometimes that the wind speed, like right there, we got 105 mile an hour gusts. And then if we go and we switch to Wichita, let me see if we can get that 105 mile an hour reading. Negative. See, there's no readings that high up in that area. Well, pretty close, sorry. The radar did just update. There was an 80 there, so it could be that like one maybe updated 3 minutes ago and one updated 6 minutes ago. So maybe that's why they're on different time. You know, they're updating at different times. Maybe that's it. I'm not sure. Anywho, we just got an alarm go off. Let me go up here and check to see if they added anything. It looks McPherson, Ellsworth, Salina, and Rice. I think those four are the same for 48 minutes. Gary, Clay, Dixon, 18 minutes. So basically what they did was they just extended Rice and Ellsworth 30 minutes. That's the only thing they changed. Everything else is the same. Holy crap, all of Batman. Alarm, alarm, alarm. Let me turn that off. Oh, I don't think Oklahoma is out of the woods yet. Yeah, I'm seeing that too there, Stealth. That's what I've been looking at for like the last 20 minutes. And it's only when I look at the Alma radar that I see it. Are you seeing it on the Wichita radar? See, when I switch to the Wichita radar, I'm not seeing any rotation. If you're seeing it from the Wichita, let me know if that's the one you're using. I'm using the one near Alma, and that's where I'm seeing the rotation. But again, if you draw a straight line out, because of the direction the storm is moving toward the northeast, you kind of expect that. Because if like say for example the storm was moving to the like south, it would be totally different because the reds would be greens, because they would all be moving towards the radar still at that point. Like if they were say everything up there was moving to the southeast, all those reds would be greens if you're using the Alma radar, because the green is the inbound. But because the storm is moving to the northeast, we're getting those reds there moving away. And if you look up here near Clay, they're still showing that they're moving towards the radar. So I don't know, it's because maybe they're moving a little bit more towards the east than they are towards the northeast. Not sure. It's just a funky thing with radars. And then also I think we have to take into account the elevation. I'm using right now my velocity, high-res velocity elevation is at 5 degrees. If I switch over to my reflectivity, that one's also, I guess that's tilt 1, 5 degrees. If I switch it to tilt 2, that's 9 degrees. And then if I jump all the way to tilt 4, didn't really change a whole lot. That's 1.8 degrees. Let me switch back to tilt 1 really quick. I wish I could do it faster. Let me go back to tilt 4. It's a little bit different. Now, one cool thing that you can do, let me zoom in a little bit. And again, this is using the ALMA radar and the velocity really quick. All right, let's, whoops, wrong one. One cool thing that we can do is we switch over here to volumetric 3D. This is super cool. Shoot, you can't see it. Let me go to, let me pull up a different scene here real quick. And make sure my mic is still working. There we go. Okay, so now you can see it a little bit better. You're using Alma. Okay. Yeah, Oklahoma is definitely not done. This is super cool. So I forget to do it a lot, but next time that we see rotation, I need to make a note to myself to go into the volumetric 3D and split it in half. So like right here, what we're looking at on the 3D, if I could get it to move, there we go. It's kind of touchy. So this gives you a really good representation of the altitude of the clouds and what it's doing on the reflectivity. Now, I don't think I can do that on velocity, or can I? I cannot. So let's go back to reflectivity really quick. But this time, let's go to volumetric 3D. And of course, the top is north, the bottom is south. And then what we can do here is zoom in to our main storm. But then let's go. I'm going to draw a square around Wakefield and Milford. That's where the strongest part of the storm is right now. And then boom, there we go. So that's our strongest part of the storm right there. And you can really get in there and see exactly what's going on in those clouds. You can really see what elevation and the intensity. So the intense rain right now is really dropping from 10,000 feet, anywhere between 14,000 and 10,000 feet right there, which is super cool. Now, if we had rotation, what we could do to get in there, hold on 1 second. Let me pull up the line here. And then what we could do is zoom in right into the heart of where that really the stronger part of the precipitation. And there we go. Now we can draw a line right through it. Now, if we had a rotation there and there was a funnel cloud and we were to draw a line right through it, we would be able to see the tornado right there. It's just I I always forget to do that when we have the rotation. I prefer to draw the square when there's not rotation and just put it on an area. Like I'll put it over the lake right there. And then we can really get in there and see that. And you can really see the elevation of the clouds. So like over the lake right now, the lowest part of the cloud is about 11,000 feet. But the part that's over Wakefield over here in the northwest corner, it's only about 2,000 feet above the ground. And that's just the kind of nerd I am. I really love that stuff right there. To me, that's like really, really cool to be able to do stuff like that. That's good stuff right there. Oh. All right, let me zoom back out really quick. I'm just going to recover where we're at as far as all the warnings go. Geary, Clay, Dixon County, 9 more minutes tornado warning. McPherson, Ellsworth, Salina, and Rice County, 39 more minutes. And let me just zoom in there really quick. That's really hairy right there with those winds. That's right over Milford Lake, by the way, in case anybody was wondering what lake that was. Okay, they went ahead and canceled the one to the northeast. So right now we have McPherson, Salina, and Ellsworth County, Kansas, which is right here in the center now. This guy right here. No rotation to speak of, but let me switch radars really quick down to Wichita. Rainfall is pretty good, moderate to heavy in some areas, mainly light, moderate. And then there's one little area just to the northeast of, what is that, Canopolis Reservoir? Canopolis Reservoir. East of 141 there, that's easier. And south of Brooksville, that's where our heavier precipitation is right now. Oh gosh, you're writing in HTML. Oh, you're a brave man. They used to wear me out, man. I couldn't do that now to save my life. That's a lot of typing. At least from me. If you're used to doing it, it's probably not that bad, but for somebody that doesn't do it ever, that's a lot of typing. Say Fort Scott still has a severe thunderstorm warning over there in that ballpark. They got a little bit of heavy precipitation coming through, but that's over near Uniontown right now. Independence has a little bit of rain coming through there, mostly cloud cover. Most of the rain is up north near Sycamore and Nedosha. Fixing to cross over Highway 400. Let me I'm gonna zoom out really quick to the national view, just to see what we got coming. So here's a look at the national view here. And I'm gonna put it in motion for about 30 frames just so you can see what's coming and what's going. Looks like you got a little bit of rain headed into Fresno, California, and Bakersfield, and a little bit to the west of Los Angeles. A little bit of rain coming through Portland, Oregon, and right between Seattle and Portland. A lot of cloud cover over Missoula, Montana, Great Falls, Montana, Billings, Montana. I'm not sure what the temperature is up in Billings right now. That might actually be snow if it's cold enough. We got the jet stream going north through the Dakotas up into Canada. Got a little bit of rain just to the south of Rapid City and Pierre. Bismarck, North Dakota, Fargo, all the way up to Grants Fork, North Dakota, Sioux City, Iowa. I'm sorry. Yeah, Sioux City. And that rain is going just to the north of Omaha. And I'm not sure if that rain is going to go through Lincoln or not. I think it's going to just slip to the south.
Of course, we still have our 1 tornado warning in Kansas, 2/3 thunderstorm warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and watches down along the border of Kansas and Oklahoma right now. As far as that, we don't have any other warnings that I can see. There might be a special weather statement down towards Orlando, but I think that's just for the high winds right now. So, with that said, I'm going to step outside and take a little break, and I will BRB. This actually might be a good time if somebody's really tired to take a nap, because this is going to pick back up again. I think we said around 4 a.m. Central Time. So, anywho, I'm going to step outside and take a break. I'll be right back.
All right. Uh-oh, we got a touchdown. Where is it at? Southwest of Salina. Get in there real quick. Yes, we do. Good call, Stealth. Let me get my radar up here. Southwest, you say? There we go. Right in the town of Brooksville, looks like, by a train spotter. Let's see. I'm not seeing any rotation right now. That was just, oh, that was right over there by that Canopolis Reservoir that we were showing earlier. See if we got any debris in the air. Damage threat considerable. Let me see if I can get that. So that was observed. Oh, shoot. All right, let me post this to Twitter really quick. X. Thank you, Stealth. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh, it just popped up on my phone. Oh, you got a really good picture of it too. KTWX. Wow, you got a really good picture of it. Good job, man. That's awesome. You are the man. That was a good one. Good, good, good. Do you do that, G, for are you like a contractor? Do you take like jobs for people who are looking for folks to make them websites? That wind's picking up again over there near Salina. Right where that tornado was, pretty close to it. Well, probably 10 miles to the east of where the tornado was spotted. Yeah. Still got 13 more minutes over there near Salina and Ellsworth. Actually, they extended Salina for 43 minutes, so they added another half an hour. How do I do that again? Was it Command Shift 4? Let's see. Shoot. Hold on. Cancel. Let me see if I can get that here. Okay, let me get back in here. Gosh, we got more rotation up here. Right in the town of Salina. Oh, okay, I got you. So you're building them to learn how to do it. That's pretty cool. This rotation right here is really wrapped up in that rain. Fortunately, I don't see a funnel cloud or anything like that, or any funnels coming down, which is fortunate. Not yet, anyway. Whoa, boy, we might in a second, though. That wind really picked up in that rotation right there. We got a really strong gust right there. There may be a funnel cloud trying to drop. I'm just waiting on a radar update to verify it. Can you host your own websites with the setup you're running? Or do you have to use like one of those companies or something like that to actually host them? I'm not sure, like, if you needed like a server or something like that. Yeah, I don't see any CC yet either. I'm just waiting. It's pretty wild though how it's right there in the middle. I don't see anything on the coefficient yet indicating a tornado. There's a little bit down here to the south, but that's not where the rotation's at. Just a lot of high wind. May have thrown something around. It just moved up a little bit. Let's see. It just moved out of Salina right over Interstate 70 right now. And I don't see anything on the coefficient there either. And I don't see anything on differential. There's a little teeny bit there right by 70, but nothing on the coefficient to make us think there's a funnel cloud or anything like that. Not yet, anyways. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. So you're running your own server. That's cool. Well, the this is a little confusing. Wait a minute. Why are they putting Dixon and Ottawa in there as observed? I thought it was right over Salina, to the southwest of Salina. Dixon and Ottawa, I think, is to the northeast. The county's to the northeast of Salina. And I don't see one of those little markers. Or am I blind here? I don't see a marker in Dixon or Ottawa counties. And honestly, I don't see one in Salina either, but that's apparently... Northwestern Dixon County, southeastern Ottawa County. A confirmed tornado was located near New Canberra, moving northeast at 49. Okay, let's see what the one up here says. If it's the same one. Okay, it's the same one. Because it says the tornado was near Salina and New Canberra. And then down in the Dixon and Ottawa, it states that the confirmed tornado was near Canberra, moving northeast at 45. Let's see here. The rotation is still wrapped up there. There's also a lot of let's look at the tornado. Let's really. There's also a lot of might have to wait on another radar update here. Because there's New Cabrera. And there's rotation there. It's saying radar indicated there though. But I think that's where another tornado may have been observed. Go back up here really quick. See, the one over there says that at 10:20, a train spotter reported a tornado west of Salina. But then I swore it said Cabrera on this other one. I think they deleted that out of the message though, because it's not showing in the one previously. Let me go back down here and see. No, it's still saying it. It says at 10:25, a confirmed tornado was located near New Cabrera, moving northeast at 45. And that is right here, right in the center. Yeah, perhaps there's a funnel cloud trying to form right here. Let me go to the velocity. Yeah. Just to the north of 70 right here, to the northeast of New Cabrera. There aren't any other towns in its path until it gets to Talmadge. And let me see how far away that is. From where the... Darn it, sorry. Not what I meant to do, apologize. From right where the tornado kind of was spotted to Talmadge is about 12 miles. Hopefully we get a radar update here in a second. It got extended. Did they extend it out like a half an hour? Let's see here. Oh yeah, Salina, they did extend out. So that one's at 25 minutes, and so is Dixon and Ottawa. The both at 25. They removed the observed from the Salina one and added it to the Dixon and Ottawa County warning, which is right up here where we're at right now. I'm just waiting on a radar update to see if anything changed. This is reflectivity. Here's our rotation right there just to the south of Niles and north of 70. There isn't any rotation up here, is there? No. Oh, there we go. Right here to the north of 70 and south of Niles. Here's our rotation right here. And right there. And then here's our coefficient right there at 75 and 0.49. So perhaps when we got that last radar update, there may have been a funnel cloud dropping right there. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit more here. That would have been between North Niles Road and a bunch of unnamed farmland roads here. Either way, it's just north of 70. There's one little speck, but it's right on the corner of that rotation right there. Niles. Let's see here. I think we could turn that on. I think the radar just updated. So now the rotation has moved to where 70 starts to curve around Solomon. Let's see if we can zoom in here a little bit more. I don't think that's updated. I think that's the same. Let's wait for it to update again here. The 5 a.m. time period. Yeah, it's pretty much the same for up here. I think what we were looking at on the NAM 3 earlier was 5 a.m. to... I can't remember what Oklahoma was. But I think up here in Kansas it was 5 a.m. to like 8:30 or something like that. Before it moves over into Missouri. I think it was. Maybe it was 8:30 by the time it got to Missouri. Over in the Joplin area, I mean. Good grief, how long is it going to take for this radar update? It's taking a while. Try something here. Not sure if it updated or not. Hey, now, here we go. I think this may be a funnel right here. I'm looking at differential reflectivity right now. And look at these numbers right here, negative 4.59 next to positive 2.84. And then when we move over to coefficient, we got a 0.46, a 0.46, a 0.51. And then when we look at velocity, that's our rotation. I'm guessing we have a funnel cloud dropping right around that area. That's going just to the northwest of Solomon by Interstate 70. And the storm is moving northeast. So even if it is a tornado or a funnel cloud, it shouldn't be in downtown Solomon. It should just be riding up just to the north of it. Check something else. Oh, geez. I don't know if anybody else is looking at this on radar, but it sure looks like we have a tornado right here. Oh, geez. That looks like a totally a tornado signature right there, man. Let's get a differential and see. Usually that I think it crossed right over 70. Oh, geez, I hope it's not going through that northern part. It dipped down. Yeah, that's a tornado right there. That's a funnel cloud right there. All right, we should be getting a marker. That should be pretty easy. If they've got spotters out there, that was probably observed right there just to the north of Solomon, right on the edge of town. It's currently almost about 10:45 Kansas time where this is at, so some of these folks may be in bed at this point. It just crossed over Solomon Road. Right there. I believe that is a funnel cloud spinning right there. That's what it looks like to me anyway. Right there. Looks like they might have a little bit of hail dropping up there too, near County Road 18. I'm not really worried about that. Let's see if we have a confirmation here. No confirmation yet. But that is a nasty, nasty one right there. Got our inflow, our little hook formation. We have our rotation. We have our CC numbers dropping right there. And differential reflectivity is definitely showing some different shape stuff in the air right there that are not. What two things don't look alike here? Let me try dropping the frame rate real quick to this. Oops. Yeah, gee, I think you're good. You're definitely good, man. I don't think anything's going to come down your way until I think we said between 6 and 7 in the morning, something like that. You're about to go full nocturnal. I wish I had some hot chocolate right now that I could spike with a Red Bull. Oh, wait, I think I do have a Red Bull. They had a sale this morning at the gas station, like 3 for $5, something crazy like that. I'm going to go in the refrigerator here in a minute and see if I have another Red Bull left because I might need it. I'm starting to get kind of tired. It's only 10:45. I'm a lightweight. You're not tapping out till 5. Yeah, I'm thinking there's one on the ground. I mean, if what we're seeing I mean, I have it on. I'm running it at 7 frames right now, and I'm looking. If you look just to the north of Solomon on like frame 1, 2, 3, like frame 3 to frame 7. I'm seeing a funnel cloud, at least what I think is a funnel cloud went from north of Solomon almost, I think it's going into Talmadge right now. I'm pretty darn sure that funnel cloud went all the way from Solomon, and that's not like a really long distance. Let me measure it really quick. Solomon to Talmadge is only 9.5 miles. But if that funnel cloud was on the ground that whole time, it's approaching Talmadge right now, or is in just north or going through Talmadge right now. So it's traveled about 10 miles. You're chugging some Pepsi right now. I mean, do you think that's stealth? I mean, if you're watching like what I'm putting out right here, I'm just running 7 frames back from Solomon up to the town of Talmadge. I'm seeing a funnel cloud. Here, let me pause it a second. Let me check the coefficient. It may have started breaking up near Talmadge. Let me go over to differential real quick. And then let me go back to here, 7 frames. Let me pause it. Right now, I think it's getting ready to cross. I just got a Discord notification. Oh, you're actually seeing it? Hold on, let me pull up your picture. What time was that one? That was at 10:14. So they're back to back. Let me see something really quick. Let me zoom out. See if mine updated really quick. Where's Salina again? I just lost it. There's Ellsworth. There's Salina. I'm seeing. Oh, I see it now. There it is. Okay, so that was the one at 10:14 by a train spotter, and then there's the one from 9:53. So what is that? About 20. Let's see. It's 7 minutes plus 14, so about 21 minutes apart. I mean, I'm pretty darn confident, man, that this is a funnel cloud on the ground right now. What's your thought on this one? I'm in the 90s. I'm saying 90%. Pretty confident. The only reason I'm not at 100 is because I don't really see a lot. There's a little. Well, the radar just had damage. I'm seeing a little bit on the coefficient right there, and then it's really right here near Talmadge now. Well, it's not too bad. 0.7. Usually I feel more confident when it's down near 0.6, but here's a 0.49 right there. And then when you go back over, that's right where our rotation's at. I feel about 90% sure that there's a funnel cloud on the ground right there by Talmadge. And see those excuse me. See those black areas back there on the differential back there coming from Solomon? I think that's still indicating something was in the air right there. My voice is going out. Oh, did it really? Okay, let me turn the volume off for that. Sorry about that. What does it sound like? Just like wind out there or something? There shouldn't be any sounds of. We don't have any thunder right now. It must have been wind. I just muted it. It should be off. I forgot I even turned that on, to be honest with you. I should get a pair of headphones, and then that way I could hear it. Actually, I'm going to run to the garage. I think I got a pair of headphones out there. It's windy as fuck out there. I had no idea, man. I couldn't hear it. Because I have this stream muted, so I can't hear myself talk. Otherwise, I would be like pausing, talk, and then pausing every other word. I have to keep all that muted. I could get some headphones though, so I could just hear the camera. It should be off now though. You shouldn't be able to hear anything. Or I should have just turned it down, like way down. Because I'm looking at the meter right now of the volume, and you're right. Sometimes the meter, where does it go to? Yeah, it gets right up there where my voice is at, even higher sometimes, especially when I'm not talking. Has it stopped now? Hopefully it stopped. It should be gone. I can't believe we haven't got an observed. Not well, it was pretty close to maxed out. I'm looking at it right now on the it's just like one tick. Like I had it turned up like one tick underneath my mic volume. So it was like right up there. But sometimes people say, "Oh, dude, I can't hear your voice. It's too low." So I keep the volume turned up. I don't have it like turned all the way up, but I got it like at 90%. I can't believe we still don't have a confirmation. So Ottawa only has 4 more minutes. Dixon and Clay are extended out 30 more minutes to 34. I'm trying to figure out a way where I can just hear that, just the camera and not my voice. If I could separate the two. Probably if I hooked up a Bluetooth speaker or something like that to it. And then plugged in some headphones. That might be something to test tomorrow. Let me see if it's turned up. You know what? I could actually turn that cam off right now. It's too dark outside. The only reason I had it on during the nighttime was I was hoping we were going to catch some lightning strikes out there. Let me turn that off really quick. Let's turn that off. That off. Live camera color too. That off. That off. There we go. We don't even need that on the screen right now. I don't even know what that is, man. What's an iBoss? You're talking way above my knowledge level of computers. What kind of operating system do those things run? Is it like Windows? And back in the day, it was like all the servers would run like Windows or Linux. What are they running today? Remember they used to have like Windows NT, and then they would have like Windows Server or something like that. It's an intrusion prevention system or IPS. I don't even know what that is, man. I know how to go online and buy a computer. That's about it. Windows Debian. I've heard that. I don't know how you pronounce a Debian, but I've heard of that before. I think, isn't that Linux? Or is that something different? I remember hearing that name though. It looks like these thunderstorms are starting to move into Iowa. It looks like Harrison County, Pottawatomie County, Monona County, Shelby County, Iowa have a severe thunderstorm warning, 1 inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, damage threat considerable. Same thing with Stafford and Pawnee, Kansas. Those both have damage threats of considerable and the severe thunderstorm warnings. I just don't want to get away from this one, man, because I really want to find out if that touched down. I feel 90% sure that it did. I think it stretched pretty much all the way from Solomon to Talmadge. Name. Linux and Windows are the big ones. Linux is the family name for Unix system. That's pretty much what the Apple the Apple operating system is that they're running on the computer that I use is Unix. the operating system was based off Unix. When they went to OS X, that's when they switched to Unix, I think. Back in 2004, 5, or 6, somewhere around that time period, I think. I could be wrong, but I'm like 99% sure that the operating system is Unix. We just got a message for Discord. Got another picture. Oh, here we go. This is different. Hey, G, you might want to get on Discord. G just oh, that is you. Hold on. Did you just post that? Yeah, that was you. There you go. Oh, so that's the hey, what's up, dog? So that's the motherboard, RAM. I see some kind of card installed in there, it looks like. Maybe a network card. Big old fan. Power supply. More RAM. Looks like, well, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 8 slots for RAM. And it looks like you got a card or something plugged in there. Is it the GPU over to the left of the processor? Oh, that's the eyeball server. Okay. So, what version of Windows are people using now to run servers? Do they have like a server version? I know they're not using like personal or professional, I wouldn't think. Man, let me go put my dog to bed. He's throwing a fit. I'll be right back. I'm going to go put him in bed and grab a pair of headphones real quick. As I see that my network speed is slowing down to like almost nothing. We must be getting some really high winds outside. Hold on, let me see if we can pull this up here. If I put that back on. Okay. There you go. I'm gonna go grab that camera from outside too, just in case it does rain. Sorry, guys. My internet connection is still dropping. I'm losing about 7.5% of my frames. Over the course of the stream, it looks like I've lost 110,000 frames. Which correlates to almost 8%. Jeez, look at this. It's moving into Wakefield, it looks like. Wow, it's getting up there with speed. Let me see if I can get this mic plugged in here. Let's see, that one's 20. Just zoom out. Your boss said dress for the job that you want, not the job that you have. So you went in as Batman. That's funny. That's good stuff there. Hmm. Man, it looks like those folks up in Salina that had the, well, actually, it was closer to Ellsworth than Salina, but looks like they still got another hour or so over this storm, at least. It's still blowing up from Oklahoma, northern Oklahoma. I'm going to go down to another radar and see how far it dips down. Amarillo, maybe. There we go. There's our Clovis. Remember how we were talking about Clovis earlier? Alamogordo? That's where it's forming, is down in Clovis, New Mexico, going right through Alamogordo, just like we were talking about earlier tonight. It looks like that force field you got around Lawton's pushing everything to the northeast up into Kansas. Let's check how far up here we're at. Des Moines. Here, as a matter of fact, let me go to the MRMS. See how far out it goes. See, it stretches all. There's a couple of gaps in the panhandle, but it stretches all the way from Clovis, New Mexico, all the way up to almost Des Moines, Iowa. So, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, the majority of the bad stuff's in central Kansas. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 5 if we count Nebraska, 6, Missouri, and then 7 states with Iowa. There we go with my internet again. I'm almost wondering if it would be smart to shut my router down at some point tonight and restart it and see if that makes any difference. Hmm. What exactly is Cloudflare? Is that like a server provider or something like that? Oh, okay. I see it on Discord now. Oh, okay. I get it now. Well, I sort of get it. I don't understand all that stuff, but Mm, you're right. Look how strong that is. Ooh. Yeah, I call that one, man. I would definitely call that one. How far is the outside chase? It's only about 2 miles outside of the town of Chase, northwest direction. There's a little bit more coming behind it too. Look over there near Cecilia and Raymond. There's a little bit more rotation coming that direction, but let's see. I think let's see here. Where's our tower? Where's another tower close to there? There we go. I think they'll be okay. One thing about, again, if you look at that Wichita radar, if you go right from the radar and draw a line directly there. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting another alert. So if you draw a line right from the Wichita radar to there, I think it might be a little deceiving because if you drew a line all the way through that, all the way out to Hayes, maybe between Russell and Hayes. Here, let me think this through for a second. Let me see. Let me give this one some thought. Hold on a second. Let me zoom back in. Darn it, the radar, right when I don't want the radar to update, it updated. I was trying to right when when I want it to update, it doesn't update. But when I don't want it to update, it updates. I was trying to read that number. Oh well. Those velocities were kind of messing me up when I switched over to the coefficient. That's when the radar swapped on me. It's a 0.49. Whoops, wrong one. That's a tricky one, man. I'm not sure. I'd say when you typed in chat, rotation looks pretty solid. I think yes, but now I'm not sure. I think there's a little spot right there that maybe, but when you get a coefficient, it looks fine. But I think I don't know what time you posted that, like how many minutes ago it was. I think then there may have been one, but I don't think there is now. Especially if you switch over to what's our other option? Alma. It's a little bit farther away, and it's oh, here we go. Let's go to Dodge City. There we go. So if you switch over to the Dodge City radar, and the storm is moving northeast away from there, it's not going to indicate any rotation there. And the coefficient looks fine. Right. Hold on 1 second. I am serious, Chief. That's pretty sweet. So, like, what I was thinking there, Stealth, and this has always been kind of a confusing topic for me, is that if I switch back to the Wichita radar, here, and let me draw a line. Let me put it on velocity first. Okay, so Wichita is right there in the dead center, well, bottom center. And if I use the drawing tool and I draw a line directly from Wichita's site all the way out the lines. So we all know that the red is moving away from the tower and the green is moving towards the tower. And just so happens we have the red and the green right there meeting at that line. Okay. So think of this maybe. So if that's the dividing line where the wind is moving away from the tower and everything to the right of it or to the northeast of that line is moving away, and everything down to the southwest is moving still kind of towards the tower. Even though it's moving to the northeast, it's still moving more towards the tower than it is away from the tower. It's so, in other words, it's not increasing its distance from the tower. It's actually, I'm sorry, it's decreasing its distance from the tower. Now, the storm is moving to the northeast. So, as it moves past that dividing line, it should be turning red because now the wind is moving away from the tower. It's increasing its distance from the tower. Everything below that line is getting closer to the tower, so it's still green. And that's why, if the storm were moving, let's say directly east, for example, everything should be green, even if it was above the tower, up near, like, say, Marquette. It should still be green because it's still getting closer to the tower. So, therefore, if we switch radars, for example, over to Alma, which is northeast of Wichita, the storm is moving directly towards that tower. Therefore, it changed colors to all green. We don't see the rotation that we do over there in the polygon or whatever it is that's to the northwest of Wichita. If you switch over to the Alma Tower up there to the northeast of Wichita, close to Topeka, it's all green, and it's not. That's the old one. You see what I mean? Kind of think that through a little bit. That's why sometimes I switch towers if there's another one close by. I try to pick a tower that the wind is blowing in the direction, directly in the direction of the tower, or away, or a tower that the storm is moving directly away from. If the tower is too far away and it's right on the edge, sometimes that doesn't help because the curvature of the earth can throw off the reading sometimes. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my god, that scared the holy crap out of me. That little Midland radar that Midland radio that I have, that alarm system, whatever thing you buy from Walmart that alerts you for storms, went off, and it's in the same room that I'm in. And it was up so loud it nearly made me jump out of my chair. They just issued a tornado watch for my county, so it went ape shit on me. So anyhow, think of it that way. Like if you switch radars really quick to Alma, and it completely changes what we're seeing in Lions, and then switch back to Wichita, because think about it, the storm is moving northeast directly towards Alma. Now you can still obviously have a tornado, but if you're using the Alma tower, if you have rotation, shouldn't you still have red for the wind rotating? The green going towards the tower and the red going away in a different direction, signifying rotation. But right now, if you use the Alma tower, it's all green. If you switch to the Wichita tower, you have a line of green and red there, giving you the thought that you have rotation there when you really don't. Maybe. Let me know what you think. Think that through a little bit. Just think that through. Because I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to logically figure, and I think what it has to do with and I think a big thing that it has to do with is the direction that the storm is moving in. In this case, it just happens to be moving northeast, which is bad for using the Wichita Tower because the Wichita Tower is southeast of it. So the storm is moving north of the tower towards the northeast away. But if you use a tower in Alma where the storm is actually moving towards, I think that's a more reliable source, even though that the tower is farther away. I think it gives us a better indication of exactly what's going on inside the storm. So, for example, if we use the 3D model, for some reason, I'm not getting the options for that. I don't know why. Let me go to the Alma really quick. And why am I not getting? I'm in single site radar. I should be able to use that, shouldn't I? Let me get an RMS quick. Let me switch back. Okay. So here's the Alma radar, and we look at velocity, right? It's showing everything near Chase and Lines going northeast. It's all green. Dang it. Now, for some reason, I can't use the 3D. What is going on? Why does it do that? Is it because I'm using a single site radar? Do you have to switch to MRMS to use the 3D? Am I like losing my mind here? Am I going crazy? That isn't how it's supposed to work. Go back to single site radar. Switch to volumetric 3D. And it's empty. What the heck is going on here? I don't understand. Let me switch to this radar really quick. Okay, there we go. I got it to work. So check this out. It'll come up here in a second. I'm probably way overthinking this. I wish I could get that full screen. Let me see something. Okay, there we go. Let me see if I can zoom into lines. Shit. See, I wish I had done this when it was still showing rotation. There we go. Yeah, I think you're right. Because it's been running for like over 36 hours straight. Plus, I have 2 windows open running it. Here, let me close the other one. There. Let me turn radar 2 off real quick. Okay, there we go. Okay, where was I? Okay. What tower were we using again? Wichita? Okay, here's the Wichita tower. Let's go back to Wichita. Let's go over to Lions. And let's see if the velocities. Okay, here's our velocity. Let's go back to reflectivity. Go to volumetric. Okay, there we go. Now it's working right. Yeah, I think I had too many windows open. Actually, while we do this, let me check my activity finder, my activity monitor. I'm just kind of curious how that taxes my CPU. It says my CPU, 72% of it is still idle, 75%. Memory, I'm only using like 20% of my memory. It says that I'm using 22 gigs out of 32. 7 of it's cached. But when it says memory pressure is only like 20% right now. So I still got plenty of RAM left. In my computer, I've never seen my computer usage go above like 30%, even with all this shit open. So, all right. So let me draw a square real quick around lines. Whoops. Let me get this tool. Okay, so here's lines, the storm. And unfortunately, it doesn't really show us the direction of the wind. But we can get up underneath the clouds. And the clouds are topping out at right about 4,000 feet right there in that square around lines. All right. Now, if I close this and let's go back to reflectivity, velocity really quick. Or I'm sorry, correlation coefficient. If we were to see something in the air on the coefficient, which we don't really see right now, which is too bad. But you think we would. Right here, near lines, when we go to the coefficient, I'm not seeing anything. There's a blue spot right there. And then if we go over differential reflectivity and find some numbers that are really, really different, that would indicate that there's something in the air. Whether, even if it's a bird, it could be a flock of birds, it could be shingles, it could be dirt, it could be anything. Right. And here's a good example of it right here. So the black is -7. So I think what we're doing is we're looking at, I don't know if I can show you, but like a cross like this. So like the negatives, I think, are horizontal and the positives are vertical, like that. I think that's how it works. Or it could be vice versa. I have to look it up. And the radar just updated. Okay, right there where my marker is, let me draw a line through that really quick. Let me go back to reflectivity. 3D. Perfect. My cursor stayed right where I wanted it. Now, let me draw a line right through that. And it doesn't show us anything. Darn it. Okay, let me draw a square around it real quick. And it's just showing us cloud. There's no precipitation there. But when we were looking at differential reflectivity a moment ago, in that area right into the center, it was showing something in the air. And I think the reason why it was doing that is because the radar that we were using and the direction the storm is moving. I know that probably doesn't sounds crazy, but I think a lot of it has to do with the direction of the storm and the position of the radar. That's kind of like my hypothesis right now. I'm still working on it though. I'm still trying to figure it out. So anyhow, our tornado warning is up here, and these were the confirmed tornadoes from earlier. Okay, so we're using the Wichita radar. Let's go to velocity. We're showing rotation right here. No, we're not either. Yes, we are. Okay, right here, we're showing rotation. Oh, come on now. So we're showing rotation just to the northwest of Marquette. Now watch what happens when we switch to the ALMA radar. Nothing. See that? Nothing. Because the storm is moving northeast directly towards the ALMA radar. There's no rotation according to the radar. But if we switch down to the Wichita radar, boom, we show rotation. And I think that's inaccurate. What do you think, G? Am I crazy? Or stealth, I mean. Yes. No, yes. Both. No. Okay, so it's better, I think, to use the radar that the storm is either moving directly to or the radar that the storm is moving away from. I think that's going to give you the more accurate reading. If you use the radar directly to the side, like if the storm is moving parallel with your radar, I don't think you're going to get accurate information. I think you're going to get accurate information as far as reflectivity, as far as the the precipitation, I don't think there's any question about that. I think that's going to be accurate every time, no matter which radar you're using. But as far as wind rotation, the wind, I don't think it's accurate. I think it's more accurate if you use a radar that the storm is moving directly towards, or a radar that it's moving directly away from, or at least a radar that's not at a 90-degree angle away from it. You know what I mean? Like if you're standing on the ground and looking straight up, and the clouds are moving from east to west, I don't think you're going to get as accurate as a reading. I don't know. I have to ask somebody about that. I'm going to make a phone call. I'm going to try to contact somebody down in Norman and ask them what, if that's right. I'm going to have to think this through a lot too, because it's just unfortunate we don't have more radars. I mean, we have more radars than anybody else in the world, as far as our weather system. Here's Dodge City. Okay, here's a perfect example. Here's an experiment. Go to the Dodge City radar and then look at lines. All right. If you look at Dodge City, go to the Dodge City radar and look at lines. Everything is red and yellow, which is indicating the wind is moving away from the radar all in one direction, uniformed. If you go up to Alma, it should flip. It should all turn green. Boom, it all turned green. It's moving towards the radar, right? Now, if you go down to Wichita, because the storm is moving directly towards the Alma radar, when we were using Dodge City, it was red because it's moving directly away from the radar. Now, if you go to Wichita, the storm is running parallel with that radar. Okay. Uh-huh. And now everything is showing that it's moving away. Okay. So that just totally screwed up my hypothesis, my theory there. All right. Because everything is moving towards the northeast and not the northeast. The direction of the storm changed. Because if you click on the little line up there, it's moving northeast at 54 miles an hour. Therefore, it's going to be red. If it's showing that the storm is moving northeast, which it is right here, it's showing green until it gets to lines, and then it should switch the red, because it is moving away from the radar technically, even though it's running parallel with the radar. When it gets to lines, is at the point, the separating point of where the wind should be gaining distance away from the radar. Therefore, it turns red. While it's still green, that means the wind is technically getting closer to the radar. Even though it's running parallel, it's still getting closer. But as soon as it hits lines, lines is kind of like the dividing point. That's why it's giving us a rotation. So this radar, where it's running parallel, says we have rotation. If you move to a radar where the storm is moving away from, Dodge City, it's showing no rotation. If you use a radar that's directly where the storm is moving to, in Alma, it turns green. Let me zoom out to Alma. Right there. Bam, it switches green. Therefore, that tells me we have no rotation. Two out of the three retards. Two out of the three radars say no rotation. One radar says rotation. But the one radar that's indicating rotation is directly parallel with the direction the storm's moving in. The two radars where the storm is either moving directly away from or directly towards is saying there's no rotation. I don't think in this case we do. Not in, maybe in another case where the radars are farther apart, but we're in a really good, this is a perfect situation, because if I use the drawing tool right here, here's Dodge City, here's Wichita, and here's Alma. They're not that far apart. And look what they do. Look how close together they are. You don't usually see these radars that close together. If you notice, there's nothing up here. There's nothing there. But we have 3 here. The storm is moving this way. Just like that. Which is parallel with this radar, which is sending its signal out here. So anything on this side of the line is red. Anything on this side of the line is green. Because before it gets to this line, the dividing line, it's moving towards the radar technically. And when it gets to the other side of the line, this side, it's moving away, giving us the indication that there's rotation when there's really not. Kind of see what I mean? Does that make any sense? Are there any like scientists out there watching that can confirm this theory? No, Siri, I wasn't talking to you. Siri just started. When I said scientist, Siri came up. See, it did it again. Every time I say scientist, she comes up. No, Siri, I'm not talking to you. That's funny. Whenever I say that word, she starts listening. I want somebody to confirm that for me, though. I don't want to just sit here and think that, because what if we get into a situation where we don't have a radar in the direction that the storm is blowing, or it's too far away? Then we get the curvature of the earth that totally screws everything up and throws our readings off. Here, we can even use another example. Go down to KV&X down there north of Enid in Oklahoma. Even though it's on the edge of the radar, actually, it's not that close to the edge. It's up there, but it's still within range. If you go to the Enid radar near Cherokee, Oklahoma, so that gives us 4 radars. That's 4 radars. 3 out of the 4 say no rotation. Only 1 radar says rotation. Granted, it's the closest, but it's the only radar the storm is moving parallel with. We really need a scientist or somebody who's educated in radar technology. I'm going to take a screenshot of this and call somebody down in Norman. There's always somebody down there that can help you. If you call like National Weather Service, they'll help you. Or if you call the university down there, they'll help you. I'll get somebody on the phone, or I'll just shoot off an email and take a screenshot and ask them, hey, is our theory crazy or is our theory right? Because I think in some cases we may be getting a false positive. Like if we positively think that there is a tornado, actual tornado, it may be a false, depending on the location of the radar and what direction the storm is moving from the radar. I think that's why it's important to look at more than one radar, hoping that it's not too far away and getting a false reading. Here, let's see if we can find another example. Let's see what else is going on. The only problem is we've got to find a storm that has rotation in it, like legit rotation. Let's go back here. Let me jump down to the Tulsa radar and see if there's anything over there. So I'm under a tornado watch until 7 a.m. Let's see. Is that the only tornado warning we have right now? Selena and Ellsworth again. Let's go up there. Okay, so let's see if we have rotation according to Wichita radar, where the storm is moving directly parallel. See, we kind of do. See, it's almost an exact dividing line. We wouldn't have rotation that far in an exact line. Okay. Now let's switch over to Where's Alma at? Let's see here. There it is. Okay. So if you're using the Wichita radar and you're looking at Salina, right? It's showing rotation near the town of Falun, Falun. All right. Let's switch to Alma now. Bam, no rotation whatsoever. Right? But if you switch back to Wichita, that's almost the exact dividing line of where the storm starts moving away from the radar a farther distance away rather than getting closer to the radar. And it's really important. And I don't know if you're using this on Radar Omega to have those lines, the little ball with the line that's showing the direction that the storm is moving in. Because some parts of the storms near Ellsworth are moving north directly away from Wichita. Therefore, it's going to be showing red. But the part of the storm that's moving to the northeast on the west side of the radar is showing green because it's technically, gaining distance on the radar. And the dividing line is right there near Lions. But if you move again to the Alma radar, no rotation. Everything's green moving towards the radar. If we go down to Dodge City, everything that's green right now on the screen is going to turn red when I click on the Dodge City radar because that's correct. The storm is moving away from the radar. Click. There we go. It all turns red and yellow. It's moving away. If you switch back to Wichita, you get at the dividing line because the storm is moving parallel with that radar. And if somebody just started watching this stream, they're like, what is this nerd talking about? They're like, this guy has issues, man. He's thinking too hard about it. But I really do think I'm correct on that. So technically, I don't think there was rotation in Lions. I don't think there's rotation in Salina right now, according to the Dodge City and the Alma radars. The only one that's showing rotation is Wichita, and that's because the storm is moving directly parallel to the northeast. If Wichita was a little bit more to the west over where Pratt was or Greensburg, I think we'd be getting a totally different reading. I think we would be getting a reading of red. Red. It would all be red just like it is in Dodge City. So I'm going to say there's no rotation. I'm calling it no rotation up there right now, according to Alma and Dodge City. Wichita is indicating rotation in Salina, but look at it. It's almost a perfect line. You don't get rotation in a perfect line like that. You get rotation in a curve usually. It's twisting like a hurricane counterclockwise. North of the equator, it's counterclockwise, and south of the equator, it's clockwise, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Go flush your toilet, and that'll tell you if you're north of the equator or south of the equator. I think that's just a old wives' tale, but somebody used to tell me that if you flush your toilet, if the water spins counterclockwise, you're north of the equator. If you flush your toilet south of the equator, it's clockwise. It goes down clockwise, but that might be total BS. I know it's weird, man. It's weird. I'm telling you, I'm going to look into it. I'm going to find out. I'm going to get some kind of documentation to let us know. Cause it really does suck, man. If we don't have another radar to look at, and it doesn't always work this way because the storm isn't always running northeast parallel with a radar. Usually the storm will be moving it's not moving at a 45-degree angle away from the radar. Usually it's moving at a little variation. a few degrees more to the north or a little bit more to the east, but when you have a storm running exactly parallel like it is right now with the radar, it sucks. That's when you kind of have to look at another radar. Let me see if we got a radar to the north up here. I don't think the one up here is going to reach it. There you go. There's another radar. Go up to the one in Nebraska that's just north of Red Cloud and south of Hastings. If you go directly north from Salina into Nebraska and hang a left at Hebron, there's a radar station up there that you can use. And again, it's not showing any rotation because the storm is starting to move a little bit more north-northeast instead of directly parallel with it. And it's showing green getting closer to it until you get to about the border of Kansas and Nebraska. And then it starts separating. The distance is separating away from the radar, getting farther away. Sirius G is like, dude, you're thinking way too hard. Good luck. Oh, that's funny. It's good to think stuff like that, though, man. It makes you learn stuff. You know, that's how you learn is try to take a situation and try to problem solve it. And you learn a lot that way. So in the future, oh wow, we have something going on here when we really don't. Or opposite, maybe I missed something because I'm using the wrong radar, and the storm just happens to be running in a direction that's giving me a false positive. So the more resource, I think the more of the story is the more resources you have available, the better information you're going to get. Isn't that right, puppy? Come here, pup. Good boy. Come here. Good boy. Good boy. Come here. Good boy. Good boy. Come on up. Here you go. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. You're a big man. You're a big man now. You're a big man now. Yeah, you're a big man now. Yeah, big man. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. You think the best question to ask is how to tell a rotation when the colors has no red and green. If it has no red and green, well, then that means there's no wind there, right? If there's no red or green. I mean, you can have yellow, yellow, red, purple. Well, sorry. It goes from black to blue to light green to dark green inbound, and then outbound dark red, light red, yellow, and then black again. But one thing that I was just thinking about though is even if you're getting a false reading of rotation, say you're showing rotation, like right, like if you're looking at Salina right now down to the southwest near Marquette, it's showing a little bit of rotation there, right? But then I think a way to prove or disprove whether or not there's an actual funnel cloud is just going over the correlation coefficient, and then that would show if there's something in the air. Even if it's just dirt or if it's going over a dirt field, it should still pick up the dirt in any stuff that's in the dirt, or hopefully it's picking up like tree limbs or something like that. And then so the way I usually do it is I'm looking at like this. My order is I go to reflectivity. I see where my storm is. Looking for a hook or something like that where there's inflow. And usually the computer is telling us where our storms are and where the tornado threat is. So then my next step is I switch over to velocity, and then I look for rotation. Then my third step is I look at rotation, where the rotation is, and then I switch to the correlation coefficient to see if there's correlation or not. All right. Something in the air there, right? Where there might be a bird or, dirt, a limb, a kid's toy, something in the air. And then my fourth thing that I do to find out the size, if I'm curious to see how big it is, the thing that's in the air, I switch over to differential reflectivity, right? And then the bigger the number positive versus the bigger the number in the negative, because I forget either, I can't remember if the negative number is horizontal or vertical, and I don't know if the positive number is horizontal or vertical. I have to look that up. But then that kind of confirms whether or not how big the items are, that or whatever the object is that's in the air that the radar is picking up on. That's my understanding anyway. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on the differential reflectivity. Correlation coefficient should tell us if the sky is clear, if there's nothing in the air, it should be that brownish, reddish color or whatever, right? It should be a consistent color of that reddish slash yellow slash brown or whatever. But then when you start going up the chart to like blue and anything below the way I was taught was anything below zero point 0.8. Anything from 0.8 to 1 is there's basically nothing in the air except for air. Anything from 0.8 and lower, the lower the number goes, the bigger the object that's in the air that the radar is reflecting its beam. So what you're saying is, or how to tell when the color is only greenish. Oh, so how you tell if there's rotation when it's only red or only green. Well, I think if you're in a scenario where you're only getting red and you're only getting green, but you're suspecting that there's rotation there, but it's not picking up because you're getting a situation where the storm is moving northeast, like it was in Wichita, or say better, say you're using Dodge City and everything's showing red, that the storm's moving away, but you suspect that there might be rotation in an area. I think that's when you can go over to correlation coefficient, look for a number below zero point 0.8, and hopefully the lower it is, the bigger the object is. And then if you really want even more confirmation, go over to differential reflectivity right there. And then that'll show you the object. I think the only problem that you're going to run into using that method is if say a funnel cloud is going through um like a cow pasture or something like that, when it doesn't really have a lot to pick up, say it's just picking up dirt or the air is just moving, there's really nothing for the tornado to be, nothing in the updraft as the air is going up into the atmosphere. It's not really picking anything up, you know what I mean? And that's when, if it doesn't have anything to pick up in the updraft, that's basically when you have to rely on the velocity. But then if it does have something to pick up, even dirt, if it's enough dirt in the air, I think the radar will reflect off that. I would think. I don't know. I'm not a radar expert, but I would think that if it's a lot of dirt, the radar should still reflect off that. I don't think it will pick it up on differential reflectivity because there's not a difference in size. It would all be a consistent size. You know what I mean? Like if it were a 2x4, differential reflectivity would pick up on a 2x4 because there's a different, it's long and skinny. So either you're going to get a negative number or you're going to go get a positive number in either direction. At least that's my thinking. But I don't know. What do you think about that? Salina is under a considerable damage threat still for 12 minutes. Salina is getting its ass kicked tonight, man. Salina's had 2 tornadoes within 20 miles of the city center tonight, and it's just getting pounded. They're getting the brunt of the storm right now too. It just moved to the east side of town. I would not want to be in Salina tonight. I would be on edge. Is that your understanding though of correlation coefficient stealth? That what it's representing is something in the air that the radar's reflecting off of? Here, hold on 1 second. I got I got the Georgia Tech website, an article from Georgia Tech that I used to. Here, I'll link it for you. Copy. When you're bored and have time, check out that link. That's for the Georgia Tech satellite and radar meteorology blog, and that's what that article right there is going over differential reflectivity and how to use it. And basically, what it's saying is that it's dual polarization radar. Yeah, so correlation coefficient is debris in the air. And then my understanding is differential reflectivity is what allows us to know like, okay, so like you have two pixels. One of them says it has a positive number of like 3, and then the pixel next to it has a negative 4. So that would indicate that now I'm confusing myself. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is what the article in Georgia Tech says. It says, first, let's get into exactly what ZDR is, which is differential reflectivity. It is a dual polarization product, meaning it is used both horizontally and vertical, that measures the reflectivity return of in either direction. It is then converted with a logger, logarithm logarithm ratio that will compare the size of the reflectivity return in the horizontal direction to the vertical direction. For those familiar with correlation coefficient, another popular dual polarization product, this may seem confusingly similar. However, CC is a correlation coefficient, which means that if we were to have particles with the same deformation, such as being very wide, CC will return a value of 1. It has a scale from 0 to 1, going from completely dissimilar to exactly the same. This is why tornadic debris has a low correlation coefficient, since the various debris types lifted are very dissimilar. ZDR comes in and helps us identify when objects are stretched vertically or horizontally, providing a different view than CC could give you. For example, we can notice how there is a CC drop for the bottom right product. Okay, so there's a image here. You have to click on the link to see the image. Um, but it says in figure 2, we can notice how there's a CC drop from the bottom right product where the tornado is located. But when we look at the ZDR, we can see exactly how those objects are being moved or deformed as a whole. It is a negative, so we have to be stretched. It has to be stretched vertical. So negative numbers are particles or something in the air that stretch vertically. So that kind of settles that. If it's vertical, it's negative. If it's horizontal, it's positive. Yeah, check out that article, man. It's pretty good. It confused the heck out of me at first because I was like, well, what's the difference between correlation coefficient and differential? Because they're both showing something in the air, but one of them's showing the difference between vertical and horizontal, I guess. And correlation coefficient is showing how large it is in general. The lower the number, the bigger it is. The closer to zero point 0.9 you get, the smaller it is. The closer to absolute zero you get, the bigger it is. And anything between, I'm sorry, yeah, the closer you get to 1, the smaller it is. 1 is like nothing. 1 to 0.8, 0.9 is nothing, essentially. And zero point 0.9 to 0, the lower the number gets, the bigger the object. That's what I'm getting from it. It's still fun stuff, man. I mean, you really got to like this kind of stuff to put the kind of time in, studying it. But to me, I think it's pretty cool. It's fun stuff to consider. So check this out. You don't see this very often. Oh, this is crazy. Are these wind readings accurate? This can't be accurate, right? Stealth. Look at the readings from the Wichita radar to the south. It's showing readings of 150 miles an hour to the southwest of Wichita right now. And then right next to it, even though the storm is moving to the northeast, it's showing an outbound wind of 38 miles an hour to the west southwest of Wichita. I think these are just jacked up readings. Let me try another radar that's close by. That's what I'm saying. I think the Wichita radar is messed up tonight, man. But I don't know. Look at these wind speeds up here near Emporium. They're up in the hundreds. The funny thing though is I see green and red meeting in the figure. You mean in that figure too? Figure 2 in the article, you mean? It's got another tornado warning. Reno, Kansas. Right down here. So look at these crazy velocity readings we're getting from Wichita. This is nuts to me. That can't be right. All right, now I'm going to go to the Dodge City radar and look at it. And it's completely different. I think the Wichita radar is giving crazy readings right now. Let me open up Radar Scope and go to the Wichita radar and see what it does. Here, let's get Radar Scope opened. Let's go to the Wichita radar and see what it says. All right, here's Wichita KICT, I think, right? KICT. It's Radar Omega. I think it's Radar Omega, dude. Wait a minute. KICT. Okay, if you look at Radar Omega and look at the wind readings from Wichita and then go to here, let me switch to velocity really quick. Wait a minute, it's showing the same thing. That can't be right. There's no way that's right. Holy crapola. It's right. It's close. It's within 20 miles. 20 miles an hour. What the hell kind of colors are these though? 38, 38, 38, 38, negative, 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 negative. All right, let me go to Dodge City now. It's not even picking it up. That is so weird. Why can't Dodge City pick up the wind speed south of Wichita? It's well within its range. I don't know, man. So are you talking? So you're talking about figure 2 then? in the article. Are you talking about the CC, the red and the green there? Or are you talk like are you looking at the Z, the SRM, the ZDR, or the CC? Which one are you seeing the red and green together or meeting? Here, hold on 1 second. Let me radar 2. Let me search this. The fuck? Oh my gosh, these colors are set up so much different than Radar Omega. It's a totally different color palette. I kind of like it though. The Z and SRM. Okay, so Z is reflectivity, right? I'm sorry. Yeah, Z is reflectivity, which is DBZ, right? Am I crazy? Am I right? Let's see here. The Z is the reflectivity, right? And the SRM should be the velocity. So that's right. So I think with that color palette that they're using in that example, I think Z is reflectivity. That's your precipitation. The red is the darker precipitation. The yellow is a little bit lighter. And then the red is a little bit lighter. So it goes green, yellow, red as far as precipitation intensity in the Z. And then the SRM should be velocity. So what the SRM is showing there is when you see the red and the green butting up against each other, the red color is the wind moving in one direction and the green is moving in the other direction, green signifying towards the radar, red signifying away from the radar. So you what I'm seeing when I see that is that's rotation right there. Yes, I am colorblind, by the way. I'm red green colorblind, but I can tell the difference a little bit. That's why I have to adjust my monitors a little bit and use different color palettes because of the red green color blindness. But because red and green on the radars are so different, I can tell the difference, which is lucky for me. Now, if it's different shades of green and different shades of red, that can mess me up. But so yeah, Z is going to be reflectivity, SRM is going to be velocity, and the green and the red that you see coming together in SRM is your different directions that the wind is moving in. The reflectivity matches the velocity that points out the CC. Hold on. The reflectivity matches the velocity that points out the CC. Well, you can have rotation and not have CC. Because remember, CC is just showing that there's something in the air. And depending on the lower the number, the bigger it is, the higher the number, the smaller it is. So you can have rotation and still not have anything in the air. Like maybe the funnel cloud hasn't touched the ground yet and it hasn't been able to pick up anything in the updraft. Or again, maybe it's over water. It's not picking up any water. Or maybe it is picking up water. And maybe I don't know. Think about it a little bit. Because you don't always get CC when you have rotation. Not always. Hey, anybody got Ryan Hall y'all's number to call real quick? Let's get him in here on the chat. Anybody got his personal number? Is he streaming tonight? Somebody, if he's streaming tonight, go over on his stream and tell him to come into our chat and set us straight. Buddy, I'm not going to bed right now, puppy. You're going to have to go without me. I'm not going right now. I'm not going. I'm staying up late tonight. All right, what the heck's going on here? I'm getting off track. All right, so here's an example. Let's go to Abbeville, okay? That's over here in this tornado warning area just to the north of Arlington. According to the Wichita radar, we have rotation. But there's no CC. There's nothing in the air. You see what I mean? It's showing rotation right there by Abbeville. Right there, there's rotation according to that, to the reflectivity. I'm sorry. Yes. No. Velocity. According to the velocity, we have rotation. All right. Or we have two winds butting up against each other, assuming they're not parallel with the radar, which they're not right there. So if I switch over to CC, there's nothing in the air there. We have rotation, no CC. Rotation, no CC there. But if you get down here towards Arlington, and this isn't really good rotation, because keep in mind that color that I can't identify, that reddish yellow mixture right there. I don't know. Again, that's where my color blindness comes in. I can't identify those colors. I know what they look like to me, but I don't know what they look like to you. So I just call them reddish brown colors. That's what it looks like to me. But I can definitely tell that that's red and green right there. But you see what I mean? Going back and forth, velocity, coefficient, velocity, coefficient right there. It's a scattered mess, though, in that area right now. Sorry, I had to find my Pepsi. You notice again when I switched over to the Dodge City one, there's no rotation there. Here, we'll use radar scope real quick. You zoom out. Mm. This is a mess right here. That's funny. I don't know why.